Psalms 137. I'm going to read it. This place was known for the slaves, slave ships, boats. The children of Israel were singing songs and being whipped and beaten in this particular land. So, let me read. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yea, we wept, when we remembered Zion. Yeah. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. Willows are willow trees. Where do willow trees grow? Here in America, in the South. They didn't even grow in ancient Babylon. The willow tree's name in the Latin is the Babylonians. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. So when we were whipped and beat, we used to go under the willow trees and cry during slavery. Third verse. For there they that carried us away, captive, required of us a song. So this is talking about by the rivers of Babylon now. They required of us a song. That's where you get your Negro spirituals at. Okay? When the captives were enslaved during the time of slavery, they wasn't singing about Africa. The slaves were singing about Zion. Over the river Jordan, let my people go. These people knew that they were the children of Israel. For there they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of those songs of Zion. That's Negro spirituals. 4. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? What strange land? By the rivers of Babylon. Yeah, they named it America, but the Most High called this land an extension of Babylon. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? It reads in the 4th verse. If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. So David said, listen, he would rather not even know anything to forget the ease of Israel. He told the Most High, please never let me forget that we're Israel, that I'm from Zion. And our people don't even care. The 7th verse. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. Edom is a pure blood Caucasian who was behind bringing us here to Babylon to serve. You will never find the word America in the Bible, but you know America is written because it's the most evil and wicked empire in all existence. So you mean to tell me the Most High wrote about Egypt, Babylon, Sodom and Gomorrah, and all the evils placed in the earth, but forgot America? America is Babylon the Great. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall utterly be burned with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. The Most High put his spirit on these other countries to take her out through war. And all the other nations know it. The government know it. The bank systems, they realize it. They know prophecy. So what they're doing, they're mobilizing to move their money into the other countries over in Europe and Africa and all these other places you see Barack Obama going. He's been to Ghana twice already, knowing that this place is about to go. The 9th verse. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament her when they shall see the smoke of her burning. So while they're teaching you prosperity, that everything is going to be all right, that you're going to be floated up into a cloud, which is nowhere in the scriptures before Christ come back. While they're teaching you all this madness in these philosophical schools they call churches, the Most High's prophecies are coming to pass. They're coming to pass before our eyes. You can see it, and you know it's going to happen. But Satan have what you would call a spell on the people through religion. So For the Most High have awakened his elect in the last days to warn the people. Zechariah, the 2nd chapter in your Bible, the 5th verse. For I say of the Lord, will be unto her a wall of fire round about, and will be the glory in the midst of it. Ho, ho. Come forth and flee from the land of the north, saith the Lord. We didn't say this, the Lord said this. For I have spread you abroad as the four winds of the heaven, saith the Lord. Deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon. So is this ancient Babylon? No. This is the modern day daughter of ancient Babylon. And we're in the north. The Most High say we must flee her before the destruction comes. If we don't flee her, we'll get the plagues that are coming. In Revelation 18, where it says she shall be utterly burned with fire. The 8th verse. Okay? There's more, but if you want to know more, you can always go to our website.
Shabbat Shalom, Barakatham, Wathawada, peaceful Sabbath. Bless you all, and thank you for tuning in to another episode of Friday Night Sabbath coming out of Babylon for the Gathering of Christ Church, where we connect the dots of our reality and current events with the Word of God and Bible prophecy. I'm your host, Brother and Elder Ramar Karab. It is 7:07 p.m. Central Standard Time, August 11th, 2023, and I pray you brothers and sisters out there are doing well today, that you've had a blessed week. All right, good to see everybody as people are trickling in here. Definitely want to give all praises to the Most High God, the AHAYAH. Some may know as the Elohim, the Godhead, Heavenly Father. In the Hebrew, his name is AHAYAH. His son, in the Hebrew name, is YASHAYA, who some know as Jesus Christ. And the Holy Spirit in the Hebrew is Rawak. Want to give all praises, honor, and glory to Most High, his Son, and the Holy Spirit for being here to partake in another weekly Sabbath as we are coming upon the end of Friday. And some of you may have already started your Sabbath. Just once the sun goes down Friday evening, you are now in the 7th day of the week, and until Saturday night, you are in the Sabbath. All right. And so thus the title and name for this particular, ministry, Friday Night Sabbath. And also a blessing to be here for another live stream, right? Another installment where we try to make sense out of our crazy reality here coming out of Babylon, all the things that are going on, report them as well as decipher and make sense of it all. So it's always a blessing to be here once again. And boy, has the Holy Spirit done it again, showing out with the content that has been put together and packaged for you brothers and sisters and all of us to dive into tonight and get into so much information. I wanted to make sure I started early so we could get a head start on it and get ahead of the wave, because once that information starts rolling, it seems like you can get smothered by the wave of information and may not make it through it all. So I want to be able to hopefully hit it all in all of its entirety with all of its vastness. All right. So let me get the title for tonight's stream before we get started. All right. Tonight's stream and the content we will be going into, titled Future Strategic Issues, Future Warfare. Future Strategic Issues, Future Warfare. And I know for a lot of people out there may not be familiar with the title and what that means. You, of course, sure familiar with some of the terminology and words, but exactly what all that means, don't worry. we are going to break it down through the power of the Almighty and the Holy Spirit tonight and make sense of it all and what it means and more. All right. So before we go into any of that, definitely want to go into just some real brief announcements. I'll let everybody know we are streaming where we are streaming at. We are on Twitch live tonight, twitch.tv/GOCC Southwest. You can put that in any address bar of a browser and you will be able to be here viewing this live stream. All right. You can also download the Twitch app through your device store, and you can search for GOCC Southwest. You can view it through an app as well. All right. We are multicasting, so we are also available on blogtalkradio.com. The guest caller number, 515-605-9327, 515-605-9327. If you have a comment, question, anything you would like to add, maybe some news or information going on that you think is pertinent for us to know, or things that are happening in your neck of the woods, feel free to call in, press the number 1 if you would like to speak. That puts you in the call queue, and then I will check the calls periodically and see if there's anyone who would like to chime in. We have our main channel, which is on YouTube, GOCC Southwest on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed there. That way you can keep up to date with anything with this platform, with this particular channel, and the platforms that we actually stream from, where we're going to be, what we're going to be talking about, should there be any change in schedules or anything like that. As long as you're connected to the main hub, which is our YouTube channel, you'll know ahead of time, typically, as we schedule things out, so that you're aware of what's going on. Also, we have our backup channel for all of the archived content, which Twitch only keeps on archive for 7 days on their website. Well, everything else can be found on our Odyssey channel, odyssey.com, GOCC Southwest. You should find that link in the About section here on Twitch, or the About section of our YouTube channel. All of our backup content is there. Unfortunately, the things we talk about cannot be discussed on YouTube. In some instances, we maybe could talk about some of these things, but there'd be a lot of dancing and to do, and a lot of hoops to jump through. And I can't do the verbal gymnastics, because this content is already hard enough to articulate and break down with so much information. So we come here to Twitch and also Odyssey, which are more freedom of speech platforms. Okay. Also, GOCC Media, the GOCC Media on YouTube, where we also do some streaming. We do some Friday night health, fitness, and nutrition. So make sure that you're subscribed there. And that is it for Friday nights. For the Gathering of Christ Church, make sure that you are locked into our main channel, A Gathering 144 on YouTube. The backup channel is GOCC NYC on YouTube. The website for the church, gatheringofchrist.org. Everything from holy days, the Hebrew calendar, the GOCC network, and more there on our website. So make sure that you have that down and that you check it out, so that, there could be things there that you would like to know about the church and more, and it's there on the website. We also have our Hebrew and Bible Academy. If you would like to know more about that or join, the website historytimes.org is where you would want to go, historytimes.org. You may have some people that listen to this particular stream on Friday nights, and just understanding this is just a supplement to what the elders already have going on per those particular platforms. So If you're not tuned into those, then you're really depriving yourself of all the information, because there's no way we could cover everything here on this particular channel for anybody who is only maybe possibly just listening here, whether you stumbled through here through Twitch or however way a friend referred you. Make sure you get in that academy. All right. You can get the history. You can get the biblical foundational understanding. You can learn some Hebrew. You get the news and current events. I mean, even, for instance, news and current events. There's no way we could cover all the news that's going on out there. I mean, we cover just a small fraction of the news, and even more so where we've kind of evolved to where in the past we mainly dealt with news and what was going on just with news. Well, we've kind of evolved more into going into a lot of the projects and operations and white papers here. So while we still do cover news here, we don't cover it as much as we used to, and as many different angles and capacities that can be covered. So you have the additional news that you can get in the Hebrew and Bible Academy, as well as the YouTube channels there. So make sure you're tuned into it all. You want to get as much of the information as you can get, because the more pieces to the puzzle you have, the clearer the picture looks. And so this is just, well, one or a couple pieces of the puzzle that you would get here. All right. So just want to put that out there and let everyone know for the just announcements real quick. And I believe that covers that part, and we can go ahead over into getting started with the content and information for this live stream. So let me go back to the title and mention it one more time. Future strategic issues, future warfare, future strategic issues, future warfare. Okay. Now we've talked about this particular title, this particular, when you look at the title here, we've talked about this before, at least a time or two. And so tonight I wanted to go deeper into this particular title. And some of you may remember, some of you may not, and you may be trying to figure it out. What is this title about? And as you can see here, you have on your screen, you have, of course, NASA. You have the United States Space Force. You have the Department of the Air Force. And so I believe all of this is going to tie into some of our recent discussions dealing with aliens, right? And so this is going to segue upon our past few discussions, Friday night, Sabbath coming out of Babylon streams, and it will carry over from our last, which was AI, alien intelligence. And I kind of want to start here to build the foundation of the information we're going to go into tonight, and to kind of do a recap and refresher of what we spoke about on our last stream. If you haven't seen the past few streams, then, some of the information may be, kind of new, and you may not understand exactly what we're speaking about. And you may have to go back and watch those. But nonetheless, we've talked about in recent weeks, months, this particular year, there's been a lot of alien talk. And, we've talked about the fake alien invasion. We talked about Project Bluebeam. We've also talked about AI. And AI, is it stand for artificial intelligence, or possibly maybe alien intelligence? We talked about aliens, and we went through the Bible to actually show that what we've been told as alien is not true. We got the understanding of what an alien is. An alien is a stranger or a foreigner to the terrestrial world. In the sense of what we're talking about tonight, you also have alien or foreigners as far as someone from another country. So it means foreigner or stranger, but we're more so dealing with it on a worldly angle. The visitors of our world that are not from our world. We went into all that. And so looking at the fact that so many of the those that are behind making of the so-called artificial intelligence are saying that we are summoning the demon, those like Elon Musk, we are summoning the demon. We showed that aliens, according to the Bible, are demons. Okay. So if aliens are demons, and if we're summoning the demon with the AI or the artificial intelligence, then can we conclude that it is really alien or foreign or demonic intelligence that they are actually summoning and so-called creating here? And what are some of the avenues and methods to which they are able to make this happen? Before we go into the future strategic issues and future warfare part, I wanna again recap a little bit of what we dealt with last broadcast coming out of Babylon, as well as expound on some things. Okay, expounding on some things when we talk about alien intelligence, and I want to go to the book of Isaiah 14. Isaiah 14 and verse 12. You should see it here on your screen in the eastward. It reads, "How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations?" So we see Lucifer, a archangel, a heavenly host, a star, falling from heaven and cut down to the ground or the earth or the terrestrial plane. So that's the first thing we must see here, is that Lucifer was the first alien. He's the first alien, the first foreigner, not of our world, not of the terrestrial plane, but of the heavenly realm, was cut down and hurled down to the earth. So what then now must we also look at secondly here, now that we understand that there's a second part to this we want to focus in on, which is the next two verses. Verse 13 says, "For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High." So another thing we must understand here is the fact that Lucifer said that not only do we see that he was the first alien to come into our realm, but he also swore in his heart that he would ascend back into the realm from which he came, which was heaven, and that he would look to take down the Most High, which means he would go to war against God, the Most High God. Okay, so those are the two things we want to take out of Isaiah 14. And we also want to go to Revelations 12. And we spoke about these scriptures in our last broadcast as well, but I want to expound here. So let's go to Revelations chapter 12. So before mankind was created, the devil was hurled into the earth. Or right around the times of man's creation, the devil was hurled into the earth. And we're going to fast forward a little bit here, going into Revelation and the history or the historical timeline. And I know some may say fast forward because Revelation is a prophetic book. A lot of things haven't happened yet, but this particular instance has happened. This was a second instance where Satan was thrown down to the earth, because when he was initially thrown down in the beginning, he was Lucifer. And then from there, he became Satan, and he was thrown down a second time. This is the second time, Revelations 12:7. And there was war in heaven. See that war? Remember, he said he would go back into the heavens. And we talked about the warfare. So we're seeing this war. In order to talk about the future warfare, we must understand the origin of where this war is coming from. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels and prevailed not, neither was there found place anymore in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which what? Deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, terrestrial realm, and his angels were cast out with him. So we see, a few things we want to focus on. There's a lot here, but we see an old serpent. What old serpent? Well, in order to understand that old serpent, we must now go back to Genesis chapter 3. And this is going to then give us some insight to the alien intelligence, but also understand that this old serpent, what came with him, who was also called the devil and Satan, what also came with him was deception. And he deceived the whole world. So we all have been born in a deception, or what some people may call a matrix, a world that doesn't really exist upon the narrative or the things we've been given and told was true. Does that mean everything that we were told was false? Well, not everything, but probably majority or most things we've been told have been false. We talked about it in Matthew 24. The first sign that Christ warned the disciples that would happen in the end was deception. So we must identify the devil in the details. He's there. We must find him. And we talked about having the biblical lens. When we have the biblical lens, we can find the devil in the details. We can overcome the deception, right? And we can have superiority to the alien intelligence, because that was what is coming with that old serpent called the devil and Satan. The alien intelligence is the deception. Okay. And we're going to get that. But also, he also deceived some angels. Angels were cast out with him. So when we go to Genesis chapter 3, speaking of that old serpent, right? Genesis chapter 3, verse 1 tells us, now the serpent was more subtle, right? He had more intelligence. He had more craftiness, more wisdom. He had the ability to deceive, cunning, prudent, right? Or wisdom than any beast of the field, which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, yea, hath God said, ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden. And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God had said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent, remember, deceiveth the whole world. All right. No one here is exempt from his deceptive nature or his deception. So what do we already know what's going to happen here. All right. Someone is fixing to be deceived. And the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die, for God doeth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. So with what comes with alien, so here's our alien intelligence. The world's first alien promising Eve knowledge that was forbidden, knowledge that was perverted, that would open her eyes and allow her to be as a god or a goddess, knowing good and evil. Okay? So this is the beginning of mankind being, getting access to the alien intelligence, which then led to the fall of mankind, and it's led us to the place where we are in our reality today with all this alien intelligence that mankind has came into possession of. And I want to talk about the industry for a second, because when I say industry, I'm talking about your movies, television, as far as TV shows, your music, fashion, video games, cartoons, on and on and on and on. Your media. Has the industry actually showed us the truth about aliens, and maybe we just didn't see it or catch it? The way we're breaking it down here and showing it in the Bible, and versus how we've been told that aliens are spacemen from other planets. Well, I wanted to show this video here. This video, this music video of Little Nasty X called Montero. Right? Notice how this video starts out. And I'm going to let you all get the full screen here. This video starts out in the heavenly realm. Let's check the few seconds of this video out here. I'm not going to play the audio. Probably would get a copyright. Little Nasty X Montero, Call Me By Your Name. Directed by Tanu Muino and Little Nasty X. Right? So let's look at the direction and who and the way this music video was directed. Starting out in the heavens, the celestial realm. Okay. And then no sooner than the celestial realm, you go right down into the terrestrial realm now. What do we happen upon? Oh, we come upon a tree. Well, this sounds very similar to Genesis chapter 3. Isaiah 14 in the heavenly realm being cut down to the ground. And then right into Genesis chapter 3, we see a tree with fruit. And oh, here comes the serpent. Here comes that old serpent. What is the industry trying to tell us here? Well, one thing in particular that stands out to me is this sounds like the story in Genesis 3 with Adam and Eve. But we see Little Nasty X up under the tree. Lil Nas, right? And that's nasty. You got a man with fingernails, and that's just for starters. Some of the nastiness that this brother has succumbed to. Playing music and slithering out of the tree. What do we see? The serpent as a what? Gray alien. So even in the industry, they are showing us that there are no gray aliens. It was Satan the whole time. He is the gray alien. He is the original and first alien. Okay, who's coming to promise mankind the alien intelligence. If you will follow him, he will show you and give you things beyond your wildest dreams and imaginations that God is trying to keep from you. Why would he do such a thing? Why would God not allow you to have access to what I know? Why would he not tell you? Oh, he must be hiding something. Well, I'm the one. I'm the true God. I'm the one that can tell you all. Notice with the third eye on the forehead, right? So I think the industry is definitely showing us and letting us know there is no gray, green, or any other type of alien spaceman or the like. It was Satan the whole time. And not only Satan, but his demons or his fallen angels, the fallen angels, which now takes us over to Genesis chapter 6, just so we can understand, because there's a lot of deception out there when it comes to what's being pushed now. And if we don't look at things through the biblical lens and understand that it's Satan, and Satan will trick us and make us think it's something else, that it's not him, his fallen angels and the like, we can be deceived into the narrative that's pushed behind the alternate reality of what's really going on. So Genesis chapter 6, we have what? Verse 1, and it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God, who are angels, okay, sons of God in the Old Testament is mentioned 3 times, and every time it's mentioned, it's referring to angels. You have the book of Job and you have the book of Psalms, which prove that. Okay, Satan going up into the heavenly realm in the book of Job, standing before the sons of God in the heavens. Those are angels. Those are not men in heaven. Like men, like the terrestrial level of men. In the book of Psalms, it talks about the morning stars, the sons of God would sing before the throne of God. Well, we know that those aren't physical terrestrial men singing before the throne of God. So the only other instant sons of God is mentioned other than those 2 is here in Genesis 6 and 2. Well, notice what happens when these sons of God, in verse 1, men and women were multiplying fine. Okay, everything was normal. But then in verse 2, the sons of God now saw the daughters that were multiplying from men, that they were fair. And they took them wives of all which they chose. So now these sons of God, who are angels, who the book of Enoch called watchers, now are taking terrestrial women as wives. Verse 4. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, which the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. So with this sons of God, daughters of men interaction, we now have, for the first time on the earth, giants. Okay. Something totally different happening in our world than what was created and what happened up until this time when men and women were multiplying normally. And these giants became men of renown, men of fame, men of popularity, men of folklore, okay, men of legend and reverence. And even though you have all the different nations who are worshiping these giants, which would then be also looked at and coined demigods. Okay, you have the gods, which are the fallen angels, and the demigods, which are now their children, the giants, would then be known as men of renown, would be worshipped, put up as idols. No other, I would say, well, what we have become probably more privy to than some of the Eastern mysticism gods and demigods would be the Greek and Roman gods and demigods. You talk about Greek mythology, Roman mythology, very, very, very popular because we are in the time of the Romans. So it has probably been made more familiar to us than the same instance where the Babylonians and the Persians and on and on and on, the other races were worshiping these same gods in their culture. Well, to further expound, let us go into the New Testament where it was the times of the Greek and Roman rule, right? And let's see what they had to say about some of this. Let's see what the disciples, the prophets, had to say about this instance here, what we're reading, and also look at it from the angle of how the Greeks and the Romans, how they were looking at this. They were looking at it, well, could they possibly have been looking at it from a different angle than the spiritual and biblical lens? Well, let's go to the book of Jude. We're going to first start in the book of Jude because we're shattering the whole myth of what we've been told and sold as alien by simply going through the Bible and getting the biblical understanding. We're going to shatter that whole myth that what we're being told is a lie, so therefore we can't be deceived by it. When you go to the book of Jude, and you drop down, there's a few verses we want to get here. We want to get verse 6. There's a lot of good stuff in here. Jude verse 6 tells us, and the angels which kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation. So what Jude is talking about is Genesis chapter 6, what we read in Genesis chapter 6. Those sons of God, which were the watchers, which kept not their first estate. You also had the angels that fell with Satan. Okay, those angels as well, but left their own habitation. Now, the angels that fell with Satan, they were cast down. But in this instance, the watchers left. They weren't cast down. They came down. They were supposed to be in the heavenly realm watching mankind, and instead they left their celestial realm to come down into terrestrial realm. It says here, he hath preserved in everlasting chains under darkness unto the judgment of the great day. So what we have happened next was hell was created because of this. Hell was not in existence before this. So hell was created to chain and to keep in prison the fallen angels along with their children. Once the flood came, the giants who perished, those evil spirits now had no place to go because they were out of place. They were out of pocket. They never should have existed. All right. So they had to then be taken down into hell to be held in chains, imprisonment with their fathers, the fallen angels. Okay. Now there was a tenth of the demons, the spirit of the demigods or the giants that was left on the earth to torment mankind. But majority were brought down into hell. So you have roaming spirits in the earth that aren't supposed to be here. Okay. These are your aliens. These are your aliens along with their fathers. Now, when you drop down to verse 13, it says here, raging waves of the sea, foaming out their own shame, wandering stars. All right. So these watchers wandered out of their first estate, came down into the terrestrial realm, earth. And this precepts back up to verse 6, because it says, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. That prison called hell or Hades, who were reserved in everlasting chains under darkness for judgment. Now, when you go into this word, wandering, let's see what that tells us in the Strong's that word means and what Jude is talking about here. Okay, you didn't see Jude mention anything about aliens from outer space. When you go into the Greek Strong's G4107, the word you have there for wandering is planets or planetes, which means planets. It says here, a rover planet, that is figuratively an erratic teacher wandering. So what were these wandering stars doing? They were teaching alien intelligence, demonic, perverted wisdom, wandering about, giving mankind information. Now let's go to the Thayer here. It says a wanderer, wandering stars. Now the reason I wanted to go here is because we've also not only been told in order for you to buy into the whole alien deception, you must also believe in planets. Notice how Jude didn't say planets. This was the Greek word that we see here, not the Hebrew word. So the Greeks believed in planets, right? But Jude identified them as wandering stars. We're going to get more into planets here in a moment. Okay, but I wanted to also point that out, that Jude didn't call them planets. The Bible doesn't teach us about planets. It talks about stars, the sun and the moon. Those are the heavenly hosts. There are no planets. When you keep reading here, verse 14 tells us, and Enoch also, the seventh from Adam, prophesied of these, saying. So now Jude is going into Enoch. So you see how we're talking about the days of Noah. We're talking about the days of Enoch, the fallen angels coming down. It all lines up because you have some out there, Christians, Israelites, other religious beliefs that would teach us that those weren't angels, but it lines all perfectly up in Scripture. And there's more precepts. We don't even have to go into the book of Enoch to prove this. But in the book of Enoch, Jude is now going into to say this is all what is going on here. Angels coming down, dealing with women, producing giants. Those giants then dying and producing demons, evil spirits, your gods and your demigods in the Greek and Roman mythology. Speaking of Greek and Roman mythology and planets, let's deal with that too. Let's go to the book of Acts. Go to the book of Acts. Artificial? Have we been sold a lie on what AI really is? Is it really artificial or is it something else? Is it an intelligence that mankind is creating, or is it an intelligence that's been here the whole time that man has tapped into and has devices that he's now able to use through the technology, right? The technology to now gain further access into the alien intelligence. Acts chapter 14. And we have an instance where Paul and Barnabas are interacting with the Greeks, right? The Romans. In Acts 14:11 tells us what? And when the people saw what Paul had done, because Paul was performing miracles, they lifted up their voices, saying in the speech of Lycaonia or Lysonia, the gods are come down to us in the likeness of men. Remember in Genesis 3, Satan told Eve, "You shall be like gods." So the Gentiles, the Greeks, with the miracles that Paul was performing and Barnabas, they must have been gods to have this type of power. And they've come down in the likeness of men. So what was it that the Greeks believed? Remember, Genesis 6 told us that these giants would be men of renown. So this is the folklore and the legend that was told to us, or was told to the Greeks. This is what they believed in. This was their culture. And Paul and Barnabas was trying to teach them the gospel of Christ, and they were trying to teach them the truth of the history of the world, not of what you've been told through folklore and legend, which is true, but it's not true in the sense that this is what we should worship. And what did they call Barnabas? Verse 12, Jupiter, and Paul, Mercurius, because he was the chief speaker. Now, when we look at planets, what have we been told all of our lives the name of planets were? Well, you have Mercury, Venus, then you have Earth, which is just a name. It's not named after, because all what we're starting to see is that these planets are named after Greek and Roman gods. Then you have Mars, you have Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, Pluto. I think I named them the ones that they say are in our solar system. Right? So that's what they've always told us, the planets. And I always wondered, why are the planets named after Greek gods? Why are they given those names? And if they had the word planets for wanderer, as you see here, they know that these gods are coming down. They have the understanding that they're coming out of the heavenly realm. And the Greeks believed in planets. They called them planets. How would they know these planets exist in a time where they didn't have the telescopes that we have now? They didn't have the spacecraft that could go out into the heavenly realm, and these satellites that could go out and take these, what we've been told are pictures of planets. How would they know planets exist without this type of technology? Right, that's the first question, because planets didn't just become and are called planets in our time once we got telescopes. The Greeks and Romans have believed in planets for a long time. So it would have been impossible for them to know what's going on in the heavenly realm, to know that planets exist. This understanding had to come from someplace else. It wasn't coming from the Bible, but then you wouldn't expect the Greeks and Romans to have this understanding, being that that was not their culture. That was the Hebrew culture. So we never believed in planets. This was not our belief system. When you go through scriptures, you never see us talking about planets. We didn't call ourselves this. This is what they called us. Because they're relating the power of that was given to Paul and Barnabas through Christ as a spiritual, celestial power. And the only thing that they could actually relate it to was what all they'd known their whole life was Greek and Roman gods, planets. And when you go into, well, who is Jupiter? You go in here to Jupiter, Greek Strong's G2203. It says, of uncertain affinity, in the oblique cases there is used instead of it a probably cognate name, DC, which is otherwise obsolete, Zeus, the supreme deity of the Greeks. Let's go to the Thayer now. Jupiter or Zeus, a father of helps, the national god of the Greeks, and corresponds to the Roman Jupiter. So this was not our God. This was the God that the Romans and the Greeks worshipped. Okay, they were worshiping these gods passed down from the flood, the gods and the demigods, the men of renown, the fallen angels and their children. Then when you go into the history and the research, you'll see that Jupiter or Zeus is Satan. Once again, Satan, the world's first gray alien. Okay. Zeus, Jupiter, Lucifer, Satan, that old serpent who came down from the heavenly realm. See, this is what they'll never teach you or tell you in science. Okay, they want you to believe in spacemen from planets. But the Bible tells us something different. Who was Mercury? Mercurius, who Paul was called. When we go to the Strongs, it's G2060. Hermes, the name of the messenger of the Greek deities. Okay. Also of a Christian, meaning that Paul, who was a Christian, was called Mercurius, Hermes, Mercury. Well, we've been told are the names given to planets. So they haven't even tried to hide and disguise the planets. They're calling them the names of who they are. Fallen angels, demons. What does the Thayer tell us? Mercurius or Hermes, herald of the gods, a Greek deity called by the Romans Mercurius, Mercury. All right. So what we've been sold and told in our history and in our science classes is that there are planets and there are lots of solar systems and universes out there that have planets. And on these planets could exist life forms or aliens or spacemen. But then when we look at the Bible, what we see is those planets have disguised themselves as that the fallen angels have disguised themselves as planets, and their children, the giants or the demons, have now disguised themselves as the gray alien or the spacemen. Because without planets, you have no spacemen. So the spacemen come from whom? The planets, which are fallen angels. Let's go to Acts chapter 19. Right. So we've been repackaged this understanding and given a fantasy. We've been told something different. because they don't want us to know this knowledge and understanding. They would rather us reverence these fallen angels and their children as gods and demigods and worship them. And even if through deception, have us think that we're worshiping the Most High God. But if we're not examining things biblically, through the biblical lens, getting the biblical understanding, then we will believe that what we're worshiping is Christ or God, and it's another God, because we're worshiping according to knowledge that we have, that we've been deceived through religion, the importance of knowing the Bible, which is the reason most Christians today are worshiping pagan gods. They're worshiping Zeus, the reason why they call Christ Jesus or Hey Zeus. They're not worshiping the true power and his son and the Holy Spirit. They have true understanding of the AHAYAH, the Godhead, the heavenly host, the angels. So when we have this understanding, we can shatter through all the narrative that's being pumped right now mainstream, because they're pumping it hard right now, and we're about to go into it and see it. But it just takes us to have a little bit of biblical understanding to know what really happened and what's really going on. And they're trying to hide this understanding from us. When you drop down to verse 35 in the book of Acts 19, it says, "And when the town clerk had appeased the people, he said, Ye men of Ephesus, what man is there that knoweth not how that the city of the Ephesians is a worshiper of the great goddess Diana?" So you see, this is what Paul and Barnabas and the disciples and the apostles were doing. They were going into these Gentile lands, and some of our people, Israelites, were Hellenized and were worshiping these gods, thinking they're worshiping a true power, right? And they were going into these Greek lands, these Greek islands, these Roman provinces, and tearing down the understanding of these gods, these goddesses, and telling them, no, they're not the true power. They're not planets. They're fallen angels. They're stars, wanderers. Their children are the demigods, are the giants of men of renown, the demons. They're not alien or spacemen. The same thing we're doing today, tearing down the lies and giving those out there who may not know the true understanding of what this really is. So the Ephesians, right, Greeks, worshiper of the great goddess Diana and the image which fell down from Jupiter. Here we see fell. Oh, what did we see fail also? Well, we go back to the first scripture we read. We talked about the first alien. Isaiah 14:12 tells us, how art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer? So Lucifer fell. Right? Lucifer fell, and we see here the image which fell down from Jupiter. Well, let's go into this. This is a whole different Greek Strong's for Jupiter. G 1356. It says here, sky fallen. Sky fallen. That is an aerolite which fell down from Jupiter. We go to Thayer. It says here, fallen from Zeus. For example, from heaven. Fallen from heaven. An image of the Ephesian Artemis, which was supposed to have fallen from heaven. So they're worshiping Diana, a goddess, a demigod, whose father is Jupiter, who fell from heaven, or Zeus, who's being called a planet, disguising himself, which we know that Zeus is Satan. So Satan has disguised himself as a gray alien, a planet. As long as you don't believe he exists, he can disguise himself as whatever else he wants to disguise himself as. And as the scripture says, be careful of our involuntary worshiping of angels. You'll be worshiping and giving reverence and, and esteem, regard to Satan. That's how he works. And in return, he will give you the alien intelligence. He will feed you perverted wisdom and knowledge, and you'll think that you got it going on because you know stuff that maybe others don't know. You're getting access to blessings that others aren't getting access to, and he'll deceive you and make you think that you must be doing something right. Okay, so I just wanted to show this here real quick. When we talk about the alien, we talk about AI and we're going to, listen, I mean, tonight we're going to connect so many different angles to this, deeper than just what we're talking about now. We're going to tie it all together, hopefully, through the Spirit of the Most High, with what's happened since the lockdown of 2020. And I know some of you brothers and sisters were connecting a lot of dots. I looked at your messages in the live chat from the past couple of broadcasts we did, and tying it together. What happened during the lockdown of 2020 is it connected to what's happening right now with a lot of the problem, reaction, solution, the Hegelian that's happened since 2020 with the rollout? And I don't want to put too much out. I don't want to spoil what's coming before we get there. But I also believe that with what we're going to talk about and discuss tonight, it's going to tie perfectly into the Elders Patreon today. For those of you all who watch the Patreon, it's going to tie right on time, as it a lot of times in the spirit does. Families harmed through the devil's science. For those who caught that Patreon, and for those who did not, don't worry, you can always check it out later. But it's all of what we've been talking about in recent weeks and years, but definitely recent weeks, is all tying together in the spirit. And it's crazy how it's all happening in the timing that it's happening in. But let's continue to as we're building up to our title for tonight. Let's continue on with the alien intelligence. And there's some news that's come out, right? I'm going to pull up our first news article here. How many of you all heard about this? We talked about in the last coming out of Babylon with the alien intelligence, how they had the whistleblowers come out now and tell us that, that aliens exist. They're real. They've been here the whole time. They're threatening. Even though these men have all survived, these threatening, harmful beings from other planets, they somehow miraculously survived to tell, and they're whistleblowing, and the government's not stopping them from whistleblowing. We talked about that. You had the TMFINR girl who went viral on the plane talking about who she was sitting next to is not real. All right. We have all this alien stuff coming out where it's being planted in our minds. How many of you all saw this in recent news within the past week? Peruvian villagers claim they were attacked by predator-style aliens. How many of you all heard about this? This is August 8th. It says these gentlemen, now notice how they're calling them, they're being attacked by calling them gentle. These gentlemen are aliens. They seemed armored like the Green Goblin from Spider-Man. Isn't that a oxymoron to call attackers gentlemen? All right. But nonetheless, and notice how every instance, it's always an attack. It's never, they came to me, they were as gentlemen, they were gentle. They shared some enlightening things about where they're from, and I got some insight on the planets. No, it's always an attack, a threat. And this is for those who have not seen Predator. Again, more of the industry. And you can see the subliminals in the industry's deception that they even try to put in our face. If you were to see not this face here, if this face was missing and all you saw was this, what would you think you're looking at? You would think you're looking at a man or possibly a woman's locks, dreadlocks. And if we know that Christ was a black man, the scriptures describe the Most High as having hair of wool, then is it not safe to say that the angels would be having maybe the possible appearance of being black as well, and possibly, if not having this hairstyle, it at least takes you back to the fact that this hairstyle is a black hairstyle. Even if the angels are walking around with bushes, what are they telling us in Hollywood are the real aliens, right? They even put these like subliminal things in our face, right? But nonetheless, it says here, Peruvian villagers claim to have been attacked by predator-style aliens. Members of the Iquitu indigenous people in rural Alto Nene claim to have seen the beast after it attacked a 15-year-old girl. The native people allege the mysterious creature slashed her across the neck, which required heavy medical attention. See, always violent, always here to cause harm. Hunters from the tribe claim to have fired at the armored beings. However, they soon discovered that the creatures are immune to human weapons. The native people reportedly saw one of the 7-foot beasts disappear and reemerge on the spot. The Iquitu people have detailed that they may be aliens from another planet. So here we go. All right, this is the only possible explanation, right? Nothing of what we just read in the Bible could possibly be going on here. While other citizens have the creatures to be folklore monsters, the outlet reports that the predators could be drones covered with cloth and masked to scare the locals by illegal miners in a Scooby-Doo style scheme. So you even have locals coming out saying that, well, I know y'all are saying these are aliens, but I'm thinking that there could be some Scooby-Doo shenanigans going on here. And this might not be what y'all saying it is. So you already have some skeptics. I'm pretty sure they were called conspiracy theorists. Okay. It's not a conspiracy theorist to believe the alien theory, the alien fantasy. You're not a conspiracy theorist. But if you believe that there is some shady dealings going on for a deeper, darker agenda for some illegal mining going on, you are now a Scooby-Doo style conspiracy theorist, right? But Scooby-Doo was always right in their suspicions that what all you thought meet the eye was not necessarily true. Kind of takes me back to Transformers and the song, robots in disguise, more that meets the eye. Right? Now, if you just gave it a little bit of time, because I don't know how many people would see this and just lose their mind and go with the story. We see this time and time again, how people get a story And it takes me back to Elder Lawyer's lesson, the simple believe with every word, this past Sabbath for those that caught that lesson. The simple believe with every word. If you just give it a little bit of time, the truth will come out. So then a day later, after this was being reported off of Daily Dot, 7-foot Green Goblin aliens terrorizing village turned out to be illegal gold miners. So those pesky kids were right. Those pesky kids and that dumb dog, right, were right the whole time. Scooby-Doo was right the whole time. The extraterrestrials with unique floating abilities were men wearing jetpacks. So it was all a lie. It was all a lie. It didn't happen. But you see how not only waiting to kind of see how things play out and not jumping on it because you heard something and because someone said it or the news reported it, it has to be true, which kind of takes me back to if y'all remember, a few broadcasts ago, we talked about the people that called 911, and they said that there was a craft that crashed in their backyard and that there were giants in their backyard, and they didn't get any video footage. They called the cops came, and then later it came out where people were calling these people pulling a hoax, and these people were on house arrest trying to hide out from people who were upset at them for what they felt they were doing was pulling out a hoax. But nonetheless, regardless of it being a hoax or not, we have to look at what is the actual mission accomplished here. The mission accomplished here is the fact that the seeds are being sowed. Giants, aliens, spacemen, threatening, fear. Regardless of it being a hoax, that seed is still planted in your mind and oftentimes can supersede. It can possibly supersede the fact that you find out eventually that it was all a lie anyway. You still have that in you because once it goes in you, once you receive it, it's hard to now it's almost impossible to get that out of your mind now. That idea. But also another point, speaking on this issue, which is the reason why going into the scriptures to show the understanding biblically, that if we have the biblical understanding, we don't need the second story to come out and tell us that it was all a hoax, a psyop, or at the least fake. If we understand the Bible and are looking through things through the biblical lens, we know that what we're reading is impossible. There's no way that this could happen. That if this happened, it had to be something else going on here. It could not have been aliens from another planet, because planets don't exist and aliens are demons. Now, we could have a conversation about what's going on underground, living in the days of Noah, and what they are now creating in these mad scientists in their secret laboratories underground, and what may present itself here in these last days in the instance of a giant being, unidentifiable hybrid as the days of Noah, which they could sell off as aliens, spacemen from other planets, but we know are a creation of the fallen ones. Something they've created, just like they created them in Noah's time, dinosaurs, and they were giants themselves, some type of hybrid being. That's another conversation, but we're being sold as this is the outer space being, and the Bible shoots that down. All right, so now moving forward, we talked about Jack Parsons. who was an occultist, who was a grandfather or one of the founders or the originators of NASA, who was a student of Aleister Crowley. This man proclaimed to be the Antichrist, Jack Parsons, and his teacher, Aleister Crowley, claimed to be the beast and flaunted the number 666, who said, Aleister Crowley said to have communicated with a demon who he drew that looked like an alien, a gray-headed alien named Lamb, whom he got the book of the law, which in that book of the law stated, "Do as thou wilt." Jack Parsons, who is known for his jet propulsion, his rocket engineering, also did the Babylon working, which was the channeling of the whore Babylon. Also, many, many dark rituals, and we then were able to see that this is what NASA's origin was. We watched a video on this, and the actual filmmaker of those particular presentations, his name was Chris Everett. I was able to find out through Enigma TV is who this person is that makes these particular presentations. And while, there are things that he has that go against what we understand biblically when it comes to aliens, he is a Christian. He does believe in Christ. And I believe that when it comes to his insight on the occult is spot on and 100. When he talks about the occult, he has Illuminati's 1 through 4, his series on the Illuminati 1 through 4. He also has this one called Spirit World, the Alien Kabbalah. So when he's dealing with the occult and the information he's bringing out on that is very, very, accurate from our research. I wanted to show just a few minutes of this Spirit World. Now, as we're starting to segue over into this, now, okay, what does all this have to do with tonight's title? Future strategic issues, future warfare. What does that got to do with all this? Well, we're building up to that. We're getting closer and closer to building up to tonight's title, right? But I want to show a few minutes of this as we continue on, because in order to understand the future warfare, we must understand who we are at war against. And if we think we're at war with little green men, we've already lost the fight. If we think we're at war with beings coming from other planets in outer space, we have already lost the fight. Okay? So let's check this out. Spirit World, the Alien Kabbalah, just a few minutes here. And then we're going to then dive into the build up to tonight's title.
Well, why have I named this film the Alien Kabbalah? Well, for many reasons. First of all, I'd like to go back to New York City in the year 1918. And Aleister Crowley, who was a full-time occultist and worked as a part-time spy for Her Majesty's Intelligence Services, conducted a series of magical rituals in New York City in 1918 called the Alum Lantra workings. This was a series of very, very complicated magical rituals designed to open up a psychic telepathic portal to other dimensions in other parts of the cosmos. And what Aleister Crowley wanted to do is he wanted to contact psychically, telepathically, the intelligence of alien beings. And in actual fact, one of these alien beings came through. Aleister Crowley gave it a name. He called the entity Lam. Now, in Tibetan tradition, Lam is a path, And a lama is somebody that follows the path to enlightenment. And Crowley referred to Lamb, this name, as the name of the race rather than the actual individual being that came through. And Aleister Crowley sketched the being as it projected itself into his mind's eye. And it's fascinating because the sketch that Aleister Crowley did really does resemble what many eyewitnesses have reported of so-called grey aliens. These are usually beings that have no facial hair, no bodily hair. They have enlarged skulls, and they have very unmoving, small, sort of slit-like mouths. And this is exactly what this sketch that Crowley did looked like. And in actual fact, Professor John Mack of Harvard University, who was recently run down by a motor car while he was visiting a university in England. Professor John Mack, while he was at Harvard, did a research project, and he statistically projected that there were literally millions of people in America that claimed that they had had contact with these grey-type beings. Now, conventional scientists, even though they may accept that the universe is teeming with planets that may have intelligent life forms on them, many of these scientists say, well, these planets are so far away that it's very unlikely that any being will visit us here on planet Earth, just simply because the practicalities of travelling enormous distances in space would sort of separate us naturally from one planetary civilization to another. And it would be very, very rare indeed that we would be visited by an alien being. Well, this does not, of course, preclude the attempt to contact these beings telepathically. And the psychic power, or the psychic world, which we see written about in ancient texts from the Indian subcontinent, from Sumeria, from ancient Egypt, that's just 3 examples. The astral planes, this invisible realm of spirit, is as vast as the physical universe.
So notice how he's talking about how traveling through space, whether it be, if you were to believe the alien narrative and fly from Earth into these other planets and these solar systems, or vice versa for the aliens to come here, he said would be, virtually impossible. He said, however, that doesn't mean that you could not somehow deal with the astral plane. We're going to talk more about that here in a moment, what he's talking about, the telepathic and the telekinetic communication. All right, let's keep going here.
So if you believe that it's possible to actually contact spirits of your ancestors and channel communications through a Ouija board or contact spirits in magical ritual, then it should be possible to actually contact the psychic, spiritual energy that emanates from entities on other planets. And in actual fact, this idea of being able to contact alien beings psychically, telepathically, constitutes some of the highest secrets of some of the world's most famous magical cults and secret societies. And we see some of these beings being described as secret chiefs. In the case of Theosophy with Madame Blavatsky, she channeled spirits and she called those...
And Madame Blavatsky was another one. You throw her in the same boat. She was like the female version of Aleister Crowley. Okay. They were all in the same Thelema type New Age belief. And so she was another one that was looking to channel and summon these aliens, right? And again, we know what aliens are. And they know who aliens are. They'll never tell you who they are. They'll make you believe it's something else, because that's what gives them their power, for you not to know.
Described as secret chiefs. In the case of Theosophy with Madame Blavatsky, she channeled spirits and she called those the secret chiefs. And some of these spirits...
she channeled the spirits and she called them the secret chiefs. That's what she called them. These spirits, chief spirits, secret chiefs.
Apparently dwelled upon other planets. We also see it with World International Freemasonry, which is led by a group of what are called loosely the Hidden Masters. Now, in my film The Illuminati, which I made in 2004, it was revealed that one of these Hidden Masters of World International Freemasonry has a name, and he's called Yota, or Yoda, and is meant to be an ideologue, a spiritual entity that guides World International Freemasonry. And this Yota ideologue, or this Yoda entity, whatever you want to call it, is not actually the spirit of a human, but it's the spirit of an alien being.
And so in Freemasonry, one of their masters that they worship, spiritual, name is Yoda or Yota. And what do they give us in Star Wars as an alien? As a chief master? Master Yoda. And they make us believe that this is a spaceman from a planet. No, these are demons disguised as aliens. And they give us the sorcery through Hollywood. George Lucas, a wizard, with all his Star Wars. So you have Luke Skywalker, right? Anakin Skywalker, which we know the sons of Anak were the giants. So they're hiding these demons, these demigods, and their fathers, the fallen angels, in our movies, our folklore, our cartoons, our video games. And then what we'll do, we'll go out and buy a Yoda or a Star Wars shirt, not knowing you got a demon on your shirt. And we talked about this in our last broadcast, with them giving us these characters as the aliens that we should think that actually possibly could exist. But this is the God, this is the master, hidden master of Freemasonry is Yoda. Okay, so when you're watching Star Wars and you got the Jedi and the Master Jedi Knights, right? It's all Masonic. It's all Masonic. And then you had Steven Spielberg, another top wizard. Through his sorcery and magic, he gave us E.T. in Hollywood, the deception, extraterrestrial. There are no extraterrestrials. Okay, so if you all want to check out this particular documentary, I just wanted to show just these tidbits here as we now segue over of some of the stuff we talked about and what's really going on with space and NASA, which is now moving us closer into our information tonight. Our title: Future Strategic Issues, Future Warfare. Because we talked about NASA from an occultic side, that it was founded in occultism. It's really a fraternal religion of occultism. Is really what NASA really is. And they've sold us it's a space program. It's something else. Well, there's also more to NASA than just it being deeply embedded and rooted in the occult. When we come over here to NASA, you have the name here. It means it says it is an independent agency of the U.S. federal. Now they'll tell us, and we're going to see if this is the case or not, that it's an independent agency of the U.S. federal government responsible for the civil space program, aeronautics research, and space research. It means National Aeronautics and Space Administration. All right. Notice how, okay, let's just look at some things here, what we know so far. Talking about space, they had a project called Project Mercury. Well, we just read about Mercury in the Bible. They also have, for the so-called moon landing, they named it after Apollo, which Apollo is also in the Bible, Apollyon, which was a chief Greek and Roman deity, god. So just notice the names for this. And I believe Artemis, was that not the name? Let me go back here. One of the, yeah, look, here in the Thayer, when we looked up Jupiter, it says of the Ephesian Artemis, which was supposed to have fallen from heaven. So why is all of NASA's projects named after Greek gods? Artemis, Apollo, Mercury, Gemini, which is a zodiac sign. All deep, steeped in Greek and Roman gods. So what's really going on at NASA? Well, we're going to uncover a lot tonight. And what part is mankind playing in all this? What part is our people playing in what's going on in NASA? We talked about the NASA logo, as you can see on your screen here. It has a portal, and talked about how it's got nothing to do with spaceships. They may show you rockets blasting into the sky, but it's got nothing to do with spaceships. And I know people were connecting the dots to CERN. Well, here we have off of CERN's official website. This is July 28th, 2023. CERN and NASA join forces to commit to a research future that is open and accessible for all. What does that mean? Well, first thing we see here is CERN, which we see their logo has 3 6s in it. The number of the beast, Aleister Crowley's favorite number, as he called himself the beast. That's the first thing we can see here dealing with CERN. We know CERN has the Hadron Collider, but why are NASA and CERN linking up? It says this year, 2023, has been declared the year of open science. This is why, for the first time, over 100 open science practitioners and policymakers gathered at CERN's Globe of Science and Innovation from July 14th to the 10th. Co-organized by CERN, Europe's leading particle physics laboratory, and NASA, the USA's largest scientific agency, it brought together experts to discuss and learn how scientific bodies can promote and accelerate the adoption of open science. Check this out. In context of the global challenges we face, it has never been a more appropriate time to push for a way of doing science that is more open and collaborative. In late 2022, a small group got together and started thinking CERN and NASA both have open science policies. What can we do to push open science forward and make a difference? So basically what they're saying in a nutshell is that now they're open, that NASA and CERN are sharing their science together. They're merging the information together. Whatever NASA has done in the US and learned is now openly being shared across the scientific spectrum with CERN and what CERN is doing over in Europe. Okay, so again, this is what it's all about. This is what it's always been about. Portal technology, the ability to open up, just as we saw with Jack Parsons, who was known for opening up a tear in time space, a portal, and he is one of the founding fathers of NASA. Opening up of portals, while they make you think they're going out in space and traveling to planets, and trying to find aliens. No, it's not what's going on. Okay, so I wanted to show this here, the connection with CERN and NASA, right? And also, what part are people playing in ignorantly the involuntary worshiping of angels and helping NASA, which I'm going to show you where this origin was, where does this origin come from? What is this all about? How many of you all are familiar with NRG Park, formerly Reliant Park, and Astro Domain is a complex in Houston? How many of you all are familiar with Energy Park? I know my Houston folks is in here. Y'all probably are familiar. Named after the energy company, NRG Energy. So basically NRG means energy. That's why it's named that. It's just another way to say energy. This complex of buildings encompasses 350 acres of land and consists of 4 venues: Energy Stadium, Energy Center, Energy Arena, and the Energy Astrodome. It hosts many sporting events. You have the Houston Texans. You also have the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. The complex is served by the Stadium Park Astrodome Station, a light rail station on the Red Line of the Metrorail light rail system. It also includes one of the world's largest parking lots and sees nearly 750 events yearly. Until 2005, the lot also served as a parking lot for Six Flags Astro World, which was shut down in 2005, which has since closed. Since 2018, it served as the site of the Astro World Festival, an annual music festival run by Travis Scott, which became the site of a deadly crowd rush in 2021. Oh yeah, how many of you all remember this? Travis Scott Astro World Massacre, where people, they called it the deadly crowd rush, where people died at this concert. We're going to talk about that more here in a moment, but we keep seeing this word astro. What does that mean? Let's get it here on dictionary.com. What is astro? A combining form with the meaning pertaining to stars or celestial bodies, or to activities as space flight taking place outside the Earth's atmosphere used in the formation of compound words. So we see that this is dealing with stars and celestial body. Well, what have we been talking about here in recent broadcasts? We've been talking about the angels as stars, and then last broadcast we talked about the celestial bodies. And notice how this park is being associated with Astrodome, Six Flags Astro World, the Astro World Festival by Travis Scott. And I'm pretty sure my Houston family can attest to this. Like, this, the word energy in itself. Like the city of Houston, if you've ever been there, you would know. But let's say you're someone coming from out of town and you're coming into Houston. As soon as you're coming into the city, the whole energy change. Like you can just you're like coming into city limits because the energy just it's and when I say it changes, I'm not saying like comparing it from like just your typical going from one city to the next. I mean, it's a whole different experience of energy. I mean, to the point to where, I don't mind visiting Houston, but I know when I first experienced that energy when I was there and the times I've spent there, I told myself I could never live in a city like Houston. The energy there is different. And we're about to see, some of what's at the root of the energy there in Houston. Okay. And it's, it's not a knock on any other family that live there. I mean, you live where you live, and I'm not here to talk down on anybody's, city where they're from. I'm just saying my experience and just what resonated with me. I'm like, nah, I can't. The energy here is it's different, and I could not live in a city like this. It's actually the third largest city in the country, behind New York and LA. Okay, and all those people there is enough to tell you there's a lot of energy. But keeping on here, we have another word I want us to take a look at, because it was mentioned in this spirit world. The alien Kabbalah was astral, which is a word where astro is the root of this word astral.
Astral.
What does astral mean? It says of connected with or resembling the stars, related to a supposed non-physical realm of existence to which various psychic and paranormal phenomenon are ascribed, and in which the physical human body is said to have a counterpart. So a lot of times when you hear the word astral, you'll hear people talk about astral projection, the astral body. It says astral projection is a term used in esotericism to describe an intentional out-of-body experience that assumes the existence of a subtle body known as the astral body or body of light, through which conscience can function separately from the physical body and travel through the astral plane. So this is what Aleister Crowley, your Jack Parsons, your Helena Blavatsky, this is what they were tapping into. The ability to travel these astral planes and communicate with aliens. And when I say aliens, we're talking about the real aliens, demons. Well, what happens when this so-called, what they would call science, which is sorcery, what happens when this is now introduced into the hip hop world and now has infiltrated into hip hop? How many of you all remember this? How many of y'all remember when Jay-Z came out with his song, I believe it was Run This Town, and while he was being interviewed about the video, he had a very interesting hoodie on that said, "Do what thou wilt," which is out of Aleister Crowley's Book of the Law. Right? So now we're seeing Aleister Crowley, where we've been talking about him for the past couple of streams. Now we're starting to see an attachment with him into the hip hop world and black community, with Jay-Z studying and being, now he's showing himself to be a student of Aleister Crowley in the Book of the Law, to do what thou wilt. Do whatever you want to do. There is no law. Do what thou wilt. But what happens is, when you let a guy like Jay-Z, and he's not alone in what he's done, and I pray he repents from any type of dealings with Aleister Crowley or any of these Satanists, these Luciferians who are looking to help Satan. I hope he repents from this, but now you have opened the door of this into hip hop to where now we're going back to it. The Astro Catastrophe by Travis Scott. How many of you all remember this? We talked about this. To where this is actually Travis Scott's album cover, Astro World. What do we see going on in this image here? Well, we see a head, which is the head of Travis Scott, with his mouth wide open, an opening. And we see people walking and going into the astral world of Travis Scott. We also see off here to the side a rocket, right? This is for decorative purposes for those who are initiated, that understand what's going on here. Because whenever you're dealing with one thing, with what this is dealing with, you always accompany it with this for the deception. Okay? And you'll understand it as we keep going in here, why they would put this prop here. But what we really need to focus on here is what's going on with this situation right here. And so for many of you all, we're not going to go into too much of it, but here you have Astro World, Earth, Wind, and Fire. I mean, so much Masonic stuff going on with this group here. So I'm not surprised that they are, front and center. It says, open your eyes to a whole new universe. And you have hands here coming out of a portal with eyes in the middle of the hands. We're going to talk more about these eyes here in this broadcast, hopefully. Live in Houston, Texas, the 3rd annual festival. And you have a portal and what looks like highways here going into this portal, and something traveling along these highways. And, I don't know exactly what these items are, these things are traveling, whether they're going in or coming out, or maybe it's something going in and something coming out. I don't know, but it looks like people or body parts possibly going in. And as you see here, you have an image of people walking, and you have a door up here, and you have people walking through a door. Okay, this is the front of his album cover. People walking through an entrance or a door in Astro World, Houston, Texas, in Energy Park, where Astro World Six Flags used to be. And it says here, see you on the other side. Now, people, I can't remember how many people died. I think it was a dozen or so people died at this so-called festival concert. And dozens upon dozens were hurt. And this was a scene from this event where you have Travis Scott up on stage with flames going up in a portal behind him with an eye in the portal, right? And again, here are all the people in front of the portal. See you on the other side where people died. So what you have going on here is a ritual and an initiation for those who were there. And also keep in mind, only those people who had been vaccinated could attend this event. And people were describing all type of weird stuff going on at this event. And so I mentioned vaccination and tying into all this, and I'm going to leave it there. We're going to get more on that later. But remember, this was right after the lockdown. People had to be vaccinated to attend. People died. Unexplained deaths. People said they couldn't breathe. People told them to stop the concert. Ambulances couldn't get in to get the people that were dying. People got hurt. And this wasn't necessarily people that were just getting ran over or stampeded, nothing like that. People were dropping dead. Is there more? Okay, so that was that. And then, check this out. You even had in Egypt, it says here, acclaimed rapper Travis Scott had his concert that was set to perform at Egypt's pyramids of Giza. So he was trying to now take this show on the road to the pyramids
90 seconds
of Giza. But it was canceled by the Egyptian Syndicate of Musical Professions due to the claim that he's a Freemason who performs satanic rituals during his shows. So even the Egyptian Syndicate of Musical Professions had enough sense to understand what was going on with this guy and to cancel him.
60 seconds.
And these are Arab Muslim pagans that have enough sense not to deal with what this guy's got going on and what he's dealing with. But yet, here in America, he's free to do this and do these things, and no one says a word. Everybody turns their head and bats an eye at the fact that what this is demonic and satanic sorcery going on here. Let's check out what the Egyptians are saying about this and them canceling this. And this is what we should be doing, especially with people in our community. We have to stop batting an eye at the evildoers in our community that are looking
10 seconds
to summon and invoke Satanism and start calling them out and telling them we have no dealings with this person in our community. We don't have any dealings with this person in our community. They either repent or they're going to be a part of the community that practices this stuff. All right, they're going to be part of the community that practices stuff, and that's going to be their race. Those that do this type of stuff. And when we start boycotting and calling this stuff out, and those that support this in our community, and shaming this, like the other nations can do it, and they're pagans, but we can't do it, and we're supposed to be the children of Israel. And now this has entered in, the Aleister Crowley doctrine has entered into the hip hop community We showed Little Nas X earlier, Little Nasty X. And this has become our culture now, where the pagans now are looking down on us with more sense than we have. Let's check this out here real quick. So it's in captions. It says, what are the reasons you are called for your call to cancel the upcoming July 28th show of American rapper Travis Scott, and why is there such a controversy? This singer has a black record. He is known to be a staunch supporter of global Freemasonry. And the Afrocentric organization that opposes Egyptian identity and heritage. So they even have an issue with black people claiming to be Egyptians. So they're saying he's part of the organization that goes against their heritage, but they're not the original Egyptians, but you're not going to go in someone else's country thinking you're going to down talk them, whether they're the people or not. And we're not Egyptians either. And they show another satanic, demonic rapper. What's his name? Young Thug, I believe, who is in court right now, fighting for his life. Last I heard. All of our hip hop, modern day rappers have become satanic. Piercings everywhere, tattoos everywhere, dressing, acting, speaking like demons. We have taken all the legal measures to prevent this show. In his shows, this American rapper performs the full range of satanic rites. How is it that the Egyptians understand this, but we don't? And they're Muslims. They worship Allah. You mean to tell me they have more sense on satanic rites than us, who we're supposed to be? I mean, our whole history as blacks has been in the Christian church. Who should know more about Satan than us? So we're getting outdone by pagan Egyptians on the satanic rites that is in our community, to where we just overlook it and don't say a word. They said, this is in our community, and they said, we're not going to allow this in our country, because you're not going to bring this into our neighborhoods. This demonism. They at least believe they're worshiping a true God and trying to keep some morals, even though they may be wrong, but they at least have some sense and are right on this. The well-being of Egyptian citizens is more important to us. So they care more about the well-being of their society than to let a demon come in and perform a ritual. Where is the black community? Where is Al Sharpton? Jesse Jackson? Where are all our black leaders to have this stance in our community with how we're being represented with our musicians who are heralded as icons? It's more important than holding such a show, protecting their citizens from this demonic, these demons, and justifying it by saying that we need to invigorate tourism. So instead of them selling out for money in tourism, they would rather ban this Travis Scott from coming over and bringing his his satanic rituals. This rapper is banned from singing and holding shows in the U.S. since 2021. And from what I've seen, I think he just released a new album and he's starting to get back into concerts. I think I seen him at a concert with somebody. I don't know, it could have been old, but so it's like as time goes by, we get amnesia and get forgetful about the past. Did we forget what happened in Houston? People dying behind a satanic ritual to where we're just allowing Travis Scott to come back right in and pick up right where he left off as if it never happened.
الأمريكي ممنوع من الغناء وإقامة الحفلات في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية من سنة 2021 وآخر حفل هو أقام.
This is the time we're living in, brothers and sisters. We have to understand and recognize what's going on in our community. It says in his latest show, dozens were killed and hundreds wounded. Hundreds were hurt in this ritual. Oh yeah, the devil requires sacrifice. People in exchange for power and information, intelligence.
والحفل اللي شهد قتل العشرات وإصابة المئات كان هناك شهود عيان.
Eyewitnesses reported that the type of music he was playing.
أقروا بأن نوعية الموسيقى المستخدمة كان فيها نوع
radiated negative energy. At Energy Park. Why else would he not have and perform an event like that at a place that is known as NRG Stadium, NRG Park? Also Astroworld. I hope we're putting the dots together, family. We're about to bring it all the way home on this.
من الطاقة السلبية و
Hold on, let me get to the last part here. And bizarre things happened to people who attended the show. Yeah, they were in a ritual. Of course, bizarre thing. They were in the astral plane. They opened up a portal and everybody that was there was initiated into the astral plane and had an astral projection experience. Hey, Travis Scott said, see you on the other side. And people died. Right? So we have to get this out of our community. We have to speak out against this. There is no physical harm or anything that was required when it comes to this type of stuff happening in our community and in our culture. All it takes is your voice. Raise your voice. We all have a social media. Speak out against it. Christ said, cast down all imaginations that try to exalt themselves over Christ. Point it out, put it out there. Let those who know you see it. Whether they follow suit or agree to it, they will have been warned. They will not have the excuse to say they did not know. Let's keep going here. So what else happened in Houston? We're talking about Aleister Crowley and Houston in our culture, hip hop culture. How many of you all are familiar with Takeoff? Okay, American rapper, youngest member of the hip hop trio Migos, along with his uncle Quavo and first cousin once removed Offset. All right, don't need to go any much further than to see he did a song with Lil Uzi Vert, another demon in our community whose name is a transliteration of Lucifer, Lil Uzi Vert. The latter of which peaked at the top of the chart. He also received 2 Grammy Awards. On November 1st, 2022, Takeoff was shot fatally in Houston, Texas. So while he was not from Texas, nonetheless, he was born in Houston. He was shot. He wasn't born and raised in Texas or Houston, but he died and was shot in Houston. Well, why am I bringing up Takeoff? Well, I'm tying the dots here with Houston and his album, his one and only album, The Last Rocket. So much occultic, ritual, esoteric stuff around his death. Even the last video that was shot of him around the time he died, it was released. But why is he in Houston flying around in one of his albums on a rocket? He's dying in Houston, and this was in 2022. So this was the year after the Houston incident with Travis Scott. We have another rapper who said to have died in a dice game, if you want to believe that story, flying around on a rocket out in space somewhere. And then when you look more into Houston, you have the baseball team, Houston Astros. Here are some of the logos. And remember, an astro is a star. We know stars are angels. And here you have stars in the logo. Same with the football team, the Houston Texans, who were the Oilers before that, stars in the logo. But we also have the basketball team, the Houston Rockets. Oh, yeah. Here we have the logo, rocket flying around a basketball, forming almost looks like a NASA logo, a portal. Somebody say, oh, that's just the trail of the rocket fire. Okay, well, later, they would have the logo where you have an R coming through a portal for Houston Rockets. So now it makes sense when we talk about Travis Scott. Why does he have a rocket in his album art? Because whenever you associate portals, you associate them with rockets. That's the deception. See, this is what they want you to believe in, is the space flight part of all of this, when it's really this right here. None of them are going to get on a rocket. They're going through an entrance. They're going through a portal. So the rocket is the deception part in all this. Not that the rocket isn't in some instances used. Jack Parsons created the rocketry thrusting for the delivery of the atom bomb for Oppenheimer. And he saw rockets in his vision to create the rocket because he saw, he read Jules Verne, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, which shot out torpedoes, and the rocket propulsion for the torpedoes gave him the idea of the rocket projection of going into the atmosphere. So now, before we go here, because this is the part our brothers have played in this hip hop black culture when it comes to this, what's being summoned. Okay, what is being summoned here? The summoning of the demon. What about our sisters? Are our sisters exempt in this? And we remember earlier I talked about the industry when I talked about Lil Nasty X. The industry, movies, music, fashion, video games, cartoons, etc., etc. So we talked about music. Well, what about movies? Well, our sisters have also been used in all this, along with our brothers. How many of you all are familiar with the movie Hidden Figures. Got 3 black women. What do we see here? A rocket in the background. And we see the NASA logo. Here's your portal. Remember, the rocket is the diversion. We're focusing on the portal. And they're standing over the portal. Well, what is Hidden Figures? The story of a team of female African American mathematicians who served a vital role in NASA during the early years of the U.S. space program. So this is based off a true story, supposedly. And I'm not here for whether or not these sisters knowingly knew what was going on. They were part of this. If this was real, really happened, whether it was a psyop. Only thing I'm here to say is, what is the end result? Okay, the end result is they made a movie to where they empowered black women, okay, to make them, at the end of the day, feel like they were the minds behind this success of NASA. Okay. And now black women everywhere can be proud in this fact, not knowing Hosea 4:6 of what NASA really is all about. Okay. Buying into the NASA lie. And then you look up and you see, what do you see? I start seeing sisters. As soon as this movie dropped, I start seeing sisters everywhere running around flaunting the NASA t-shirts, the NASA apparel, the fashion. And some of you all may be able to relate, where you see sisters wearing these NASA t-shirts, having no idea what NASA really is, what it stands for, what it's about. And then not too long after you start seeing sisters wearing it, of course, the brothers are going to follow suit. You then start seeing brothers wearing the NASA t-shirts. And what this reminds me of, we read about Genesis 3, and we talked about the serpent in the garden and how he went to Eve. So this is a Genesis 3 moment where now women can, our sisters can be used to now support a Luciferian agenda, organization. And let me tell you why I'm saying what I'm saying. Let's go back to Isaiah 14. What did Satan promise he would do? He fell, and he said in his heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the cloud. I will be like the Most High. He promised to go back into heaven. And in order to do so, he needs help. He can't do it by himself. All right. And means he needs the help of mankind. And so what reminds me of, if those of you all remember, maybe it's in the academy too. I believe I've seen it on some of the lessons where Elder Ricard has spoke about the Tower of Babel. So when you talk about the Tower of Babel, you're talking about the first time Satan looked to get all the whole world together to help him get back into the heavenly realm. And the Most High God had to send the angels down to smite the tongue to destroy the tower, to bring the tower down. Right? And how he used women as the driving catalyst as he brought the women into the city Well, who's going to follow the women? How do you get the men there? You use the women. So he used the women, and the Tower of Babel images you see looks like a beehive. So it's the queen bee. It's the whole queen bee concept of using women to then draw and suck the men in to help build this Tower of Babel to get Lucifer, Satan, that old serpent, back into the heavenly realm. So they would then need to use black women as a part to now get the spirit of our people into NASA, into all of this. Willie Lynch also pointed out that if you control the black woman because she's good for economics, you control the black male slave. And this also reminds me of 2020 during the lockdown, when who were the ones that were running around in white coats looking to vaccinate people during the lockdown with the COVID shot? It was our sisters. You didn't see brothers doing this. And it was a sister who they actually gave credit to for coming up with the actual concoction known as the COVID-19 shot. A black woman was given credit for that. See, they can't use black men in this sense. They rolled the women out. And then now through proxy, you can get the black men to follow in behind the woman. That's how it is in our community, matriarchy. Right. So this is an Eve situation going on here, where the serpent is using Eve to then take down the man. So, like I said, you started seeing sisters wearing these NASA shirts, supporting this unknowingly, what NASA even represents or means. But we're breaking it down, hopefully in the spirit, what NASA is all about, so our people can repent from this. Stop supporting the beast. Stop supporting Satan and Lucifer in his goal to get back into heaven. All right. Stop the Travis Scott concerts. Okay. Stop this type of stuff, where our brothers are being ritually sacrificed through this agenda of opening up portals and doing satanic rituals and rites to help Satan do what he was looking to do since he first fell. Okay, now moving on from there, now let's tie the whole Houston thing in. What does this got to do with Houston? Why is Houston a place in a lot of what we just went through, along with getting the occultic side and how they're using our people to help Satan's plan? How many of you all are familiar with the Johnson Space Center? Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center is NASA's Center for Human Spaceflight, named the Manned Spacecraft Center, where human spaceflight training, research, and flight control are conducted. It was renamed in honor of the late U.S. President and Texas native Lyndon B. Johnson. So Lyndon B. Johnson was a Texas native. It consists of a complex of 100 buildings constructed on 1,600 acres in the Clear Lake area of Houston, which acquired the official nickname Space City in 1967. Space City. That's what Houston is. Now we understand what's going on in Houston with the rockets and the portals being open and the energy. Space City. The center is home to NASA's astronaut corps. So a lot of work with all of what we're talking about with these so-called space missions and what's really going on at NASA is happening in Houston. Okay. And so now you understand why the takeoff ritual killing, him on the last rocket album cover, riding a rocket, the Travis Scott rocket for Astroworld, the name of his album, and then the Astroworld ritual portal, people dying. Because through the death comes what? More technology. We learned that through the ex-FBI agent. He said, as you give these interdimensional beings bodies, they give us more they give the people more technology. They give them more alien intelligence. And then you see more and more stuff like this. You see CERN and NASA joining forces to share their technology together and science of what they've learned. Okay. And so that now lays, and I know it was a long intro wind up to where we are and where we're going with the title for tonight's Future Strategic Issues, Future Warfare. Because on one side of NASA, you have the occultic side, the satanic, demonic side, which we've fully exhausted and shown what's going on, how it was founded, all the connections all the way up to now with Houston and Astroworld. It's clear what NASA has been founded in. It is a satanic fraternal religion. And in order for us to talk about warfare, we must first understand what is warfare. Let's go to, as always, to get the understanding on these things, let's go to the Bible. Let's go to the Bible and see what the Bible has to say about warfare. And we're going to 2 Corinthians 10 and 4. And it tells us, for the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds. So we must understand what is actual warfare. To be able to fight this war, we must understand, how can you fight a war? First of all, if you don't know you're at war. Secondly, if you're fighting a war through not understanding what the battlefield really is. So let's see what Paul is speaking about here when he talks about this warfare not being carnal. Our weapons are not carnal. So if they're not carnal, then what are they? When you come here to the Strongs, Greek Strongs, G4752, what do you have? It says here, military service. That is figuratively the apostolic career as one of hardship and danger. Well, what does an apostolic career mean? Let's go over here to Thayer. We'll get it here in the Thayer. An expedition campaign, military service, warfare. Metaphorically, Paul likens his contest with the difficulties that oppose him in the discharge of his apostolic duties as warfare. So Paul isn't talking about fighting fist to fist, weapon to weapon, sword to sword. He's talking about the spiritual fight that comes with this walk, the spiritual fight that we're in, knowing that we are spiritual beings living in a physical world. We are actually not of this world. We originally come from the Heavenly Father, but we are living in a terrestrial reality, which is a test of faith. And being born in a deception, which is a cloak of psychological psychological manipulation. The war is invisible more than it is physical. It is spiritual and it is psychological. So in order for us to fight that war, we must fight it in that manner, is what Paul is saying. And then going back to what I had said earlier about our community, goes into the next scripture, verse 5, casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalted itself against the knowledge of God, and bringing it into captivity and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ. So in order to get back a hold of our community, which has been turned strictly and solely over to the devil, to help him in his kingdom build this beast system and build up his apparatus to get back into the heavenly realm, we must do what verse 5 is telling us. We must first understand the war is spiritual. And now we must bring every mind back to the knowledge of God and to the obedience of Christ, and out of these satanic culture, rituals and rites that we have aligned ourselves to. All right. Some of us are ignorantly doing these things. Rappers, actors, actresses, they don't know no better. They're chasing a bag. The ones that do know better, it's time for them to understand that the love of money is the root of all evil. And what will you give in exchange for your soul? Is your soul worth all the money that you accumulate by engaging in such what they would call art, movies, music? It's an agenda, and you are selling your people out. And it's time for us that understand, that have been brought into this place of understanding, to now tell the world the deception that they're in. That it's time to repent and come to this side, or the only thing that you'll be seeing on the other side is judgment. That hell that we spoke about in Jude, that darkness, those chains of darkness, that will be what you see on the other side of this if you don't repent. This is what Satan is getting the world ready for, to bring you over to the other side to meet him and to be with him for eternity. And look at all the masses lining up to join. And it's on us, or else at the watchman's hand, the blood will be required if we're not warning people. You don't cast your pearls before swine, but you must raise your voice and let it be heard and be made known which side you are on. And it should be clear to everyone the side that you are on, how you represent yourself on social media, how you represent yourself when you go out into the world. People should see you different and not part of this crowd. So that's the first thing we must understand, is the war we're in. We go to Ephesians chapter 6, continuing in this warfare. What else did Paul tell us about this warfare? Ephesians 6, verse 12. We'll start at verse 10. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. So in order to be able to be successful in this warfare, you must have the armor of God on. Verse 12, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against what? Principalities. What are principalities? I think someone brought it out in the chat earlier, I seen with one of the videos. It says here, chief. Remember how Blavatsky was astral projecting herself and communicating with chief spirits. We're dealing with that. What else are we dealing with? Powers against the rulers of the darkness of this world. That goes back to those angels that were bound in darkness, that operate in darkness, operate behind the curtain, doing their sorcery and magic, their spiritual warfare, their psychological warfare against spiritual wickedness in high places. Spiritual wickedness in high places. Can you get any more higher than NASA when you're talking about dealing in high places as far as in this world and what this world can do. That's what we're wrestling against. And if we don't recognize and be able to see that, we then become susceptible to the warfare being waged against us. That if NASA is this occultic originated organization, then that must also mean what? They're also a military organization by default. We read it in Revelations 12. The devil will make war. He made war in the heavens. As him trying to go back into the heavens doesn't come with him walking back into the throne. It comes with war. So therefore, the apparatuses he would use to try to get himself in that realm, in that dimension, would come with war, military. Meaning that we would then be susceptible, because Revelation 12 also told us, woe to the world, woe to the earth and the seas and all that dwell therein, because he has come to make war against us. So he's warring against us and looking to get us to submit and comply to his agenda. And he doesn't care at all costs who dies and goes down in the process. Casualty of war. He's going to get to his goal, whether you're alive or not, in his mind. All right. Speaking of spiritual wickedness in high places, we then go to Ephesians chapter 2. Where it says, where in time past he walked according to the course of this world. You may have been the person at the Travis Scott concert. You may have been the person listening to Offset and supporting the Jay-Z's and all the people that are into the Aleister Crowleyism. We walked according to that, according to the prince of the power of the air. Those are the powers of darkness we're fighting against. The power of the air. He who controls the skies, the atmosphere, which is the realm of this of this dimension, of this world, the atmosphere. The spirit that now worketh in the children of disobedience. So we talked about NASA being a military, if they're, originating in Luciferian origins, then they have to be by default military. Well, let's see if we can tie the dots to NASA being military here. We've already attached them to CERN. And again, that article is just them openly admitting it. That doesn't mean that they haven't been in cahoots for no telling how long. They just now admitting that, to the public, we're working together now. So now if anything comes out, it's not a surprise or a secret that NASA and CERN are one. We talked about the Space Development Agency. It is a U.S. Space Force direct reporting unit tasked with deploying disruptive space technology. A primary focus is space-based missile defense using large global satellite constellations made up of industry-procured low-cost satellites. The SDA has been managed by the U.S. Space Force. We're going to come back to them in a moment. The U.S. Space Force since October 2022. So this agency was established in 2019 under Mike Griffin with his appointment to Undersecretary of Defense by President Donald Trump. He had advocated for low Earth orbit constellations to eliminate U.S. vulnerability to ballistic missiles with his work on space-based interceptors for the Strategic Defense Initiative and Brilliant Pebbles in the 1980s. We also talked about the SDI, also known as the Star Wars, here goes that Star Wars again, program under Ronald Reagan, right? We showed Ronald Reagan talking about this threat coming from outer space that would unite us all. And we would all stop fighting amongst each other to fight and come together against this threat. So this is basically the SDA is the reincarnation or the resurrection of this Star Wars program, the continuation of it from Ronald Reagan under Donald Trump. And knowing that we're not for either side, Democrat or Republican, we'll come out and expose that there are two sides of the coin, both one side of the coin each, two wings of a bird. Truth is truth. If we're coming out and bringing out truth, whether it be about Republicans or Trump, or truth about Democrats, Biden, whoever else. So just so people know, this is Trump exposure right now, because this happened under his watch, to show you that for those who believe in Trump, you're deceived too. It says here, in addition to hypersonic weapons, the memorandum establishing the SDA also calls for new space architecture not bound by legacy methods or culture that provides unifying command and control through cross-domain artificial intelligence enabled network. So there goes your AI. There goes your AI, which we have shown to be what? Your alien intelligence, your demons at work, working together, working to help their master, Satan. It's not artificial. It's the demons giving mankind the understanding and taking control of the will of the technology to help Satan accomplish his goal. We're just giving them the vehicle or the host to have access to be in control. And the robots were the beginning of them getting a host. We'll talk more about that later. That was the beginning. But what we see here is we see space being militarized. And we see it also connecting to the U.S. Space Force. Well, what is the U.S. Space Force? A person may ask. We talked about this as well. We talked about these things. But we're looking for the connection with NASA here. Here is the spaceforce.mil website. This is a military website, an official website of the United States government. The U.S. Space Force is responsible for organizing, training, and equipping Guardians to conduct global space operations that enhance the way our joint and coalition forces fight, while also offering decision makers military options to achieve national objectives. The U.S. Space Force's lines of effort enable the service to provide the forces, personnel, and partnership required to preserve U.S. space superiority. It was established in 2019 with the NDAA and creating the first branch of the armed services since 1947. It says here, when combined with the growing threat posed by strategic competitors in space, it became clear that there was a need for a military service focused solely on pursuing superiority in the space domain. The U.S. military is faster, better connected, more informed, more precise, and more lethal because of its ability to harness space effectively. Let's come down here, keep going. A lot here I'm skipping through, but we've read it before. And You all can read it on your own as well. Check this out. The Space Force is located at the Pentagon. I'm going to talk more about the Pentagon here in a moment. Just like the Army, Navy, Marine Corps, and Air Force. It is organized under the Department of the Air Force in a similar manner how the Marine Corps is organized under the Department of the Navy. So it's also an extension of the Air Force, which would make sense. And remember, we're talking about the prince of the power of the air. So in order for him to have power over the air, would he not have to have power over such organizations and apparatuses such as this to give him that power? Let's keep going down here. Okay, I must have missed it. Let me see if I can find it here. Here it is. So it's talking about how this Space Force works in conjunction with other organizations. The Space Force organizes, trains, and equips personnel in order to protect U.S. and allied interests in space and to provide space capabilities to the joint forces. To that end, the Space Force manages space launch operations at the East and West Coast space launch deltas. These bases provide services, facilities, and range safety control to conduct Department of Defense, NASA, and commercial space launches. So they told us NASA was an independent organization from government. But here we see government working in military government, the military faction of government, the U.S. Space Force, working together with NASA, along with the DOD, which is military, for commercial space launches. So now let's talk about the DOD. The United States Department of Defense. It is charged with coordinating and supervising all agencies and functions of the U.S. government directly related to national security and the U.S. Armed Forces. So the U.S. Space Force falls under the DOD. It is the largest employer in the world with over 1.34 million active duty service members, including soldiers, Marines, sailors, airmen, and guardians. So what they're calling those that actually are a part of the space program, the Space Force, they're calling them guardians. Reminds me of the Marvel Guardians of the Galaxy, right? It is headquartered at the Pentagon. More on that in a moment. It's where its headquarters are. Beneath the Department of Defense are three subordinate military departments: Department of the Army, Navy, Air Force. In addition, 4 national intelligence services. You have the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, the National Security Agency, NSA, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, and the National Reconnaissance Office. You also have the other defense agencies. You have Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA. DARPA. How much have we talked about DARPA? So these are just tentacles or heads off of the Hydra. When we talk about this, the space agency or the Space Force is just a tentacle or a head off the military apparatus the military industrial complex, which is now showing itself to be working with NASA, which automatically militarizes NASA. For anybody to think that NASA is totally separate and it's got nothing to do with military. Let's talk about the Pentagon. Right? One thing that stood out to me here about the Pentagon is that it is the world's second largest office building. Not the country's, but the world's largest office building. And we talk about Pentagon, we're talking about a pentagram. A pentagon is the inside of a pentagram, which is a 5-pointed star. So here we have that star, which we know stars are angels. This is a military headquarters. And we know how the 5-pointed star is used in occultic science. This is their HQ. Satan's headquarters for his war. All right, there's more in there. I mean, we can go into the occultic. We talk about occult. Just go to Washington, D.C. in all of the riddles and stone of the occult in Washington, D.C. with the way the streets are laid out, all the statues. Albert Pike statue is up in D.C., the Washington Monument, on and on and on and on. So wherever we see military, we see the occult at the foundation of their religion. This is a satanic fraternal religious order, a secret society. You do not get through the doors without being initiated into the rites, the satanic rites. What else do we have here? To connect NASA with military. This is off the U.S. Department of Defense website now. Another U.S. official government website. NASA DOD agreed to collaborate more closely in space. This is in 2020. Lockdown happens. The Space Force, the SDA comes into place in the Space Force. And then now NASA is cozying up with military to work more closely in space. Then on the U.S. Space Force website, what do we have? U.S. military NASA relationship on display with Artemis 1 mission. There goes that word, that name Artemis again, attached to Jupiter, Zeus, Satan. December 2022. So it's clear NASA's military, for those who out there that would maybe think differently. All right. And let us now deal next with the Air Force Space Command. What is the Air Force Space Command? How space, the atmosphere, has been weaponized now. It's deeper than just going out into the lower levels of our atmosphere. It's now going above and beyond the atmosphere into space and weaponizing. It says September 1982, the Air Force established Air Force Space Command with space operations as its primary mission. Okay, so it goes on and on and on here about how this is this part of the Air Force is now intertwined with space and military. And there was one thing I think I wanted to point out here with this in particular. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see here, still looking. Here it is. Space capabilities. And this is what we mean by the devil is in the details. Space lift operations at the East and West Coast launch bases provide services, facilities, and range safety control for the conduct of DoD, NASA, and commercial launches, which we read earlier, but this is now cross-referencing. So on two U.S. military websites, we see NASA cozied up. We see NASA cozied up with CERN. That's the space part of dealing with the military with NASA. But now we're going to talk about what if NASA isn't only militarized against space, what if they're actually also, not only do they have a military agenda out in space, what if they actually have a sinister military agenda and plan towards Earth, mankind, people? We're about to go into that here next. But real quick, you have this where the U.S. Space Force logo, Department of the Air Force, and you look here to your right, for those out there who are Trekkies, will probably recognize, this is the Star Trek logo. And they almost are spot on, identical logos. Starfleet Command, United Federation of Planets for Star Trek, which was what, the 50s and the 60s with the portal. And you have your U.S. Space Force, Department of the Air Force. So was Star Trek telling us the whole time? And look how much stuff Star Trek has been able to, decades in advance with the technology. We're seeing a lot of that now, like with stuff like the smartphone and being able to talk through devices to each other. So I wanted to point that out real quick and deal with our next part, which is now talking about NASA's military. Because remember, Revelations 12 told us what? Isaiah 14 told us he would go out into the heavens and look to war against God. But Revelation 12 told us that once he was hurled out for the last time, not giving any more place in heaven, it says here, verse 12, Revelations 12 and 12, therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. So the heavens are happy. The devil's been thrown out. They don't got to deal with him no more up there doing a lot of stuff he was doing. He's trying to get back up in there, right? Portal technology and all that. The reason why he's using the dimensions and teleportation. But it says here, woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time. So not only would he continue to try to get back into the heavenly realm, but he would also turn his warfare against those in the earth. So what about NASA and their possible warfare against the earth, not just space? Well, we have here a document that we're going to go into, a NASA depopulation document exposed. So NASA is also, according to this document, looking to depopulate the earth. It says Deborah Tavares exposes the NASA Future Warfare Depopulation document. This 2013 video is relevant now. So she was bringing this out, and not to say that she was the only or first, but she was bringing this out in 2013, 10 years ago, to what's happening. And could we draw a correlation to 2023, 10 years later, happening now? Let's check out this video.
This is Trevor Coppola for Anthony J. Hilder. I'm with Deborah Tavares, and we're going to discuss a few topics here.
Thank you so much for the interview. I appreciate the opportunity. One of the things that we want to talk about is what we were discussing a little bit ago, and that is the significance of this NASA war document that was found on the NASA website, and the need to urgently get this out in front of as many people as possible because of the content of this document.
So was this document available to everyone, or this was on their actual website and someone found it?
That is correct. It was on the NASA website, and it was a document that actually is a PowerPoint presentation by Dennis Bushnell, the chief NASA scientist at the Langley Center. And it was presented in 2001, July of 2001, just a few months before 9/11. And what brought my attention to it and immediately rang some uncomfortable realizations was when I...
So this is a 20 plus year old document. Right before 9/11, this document came out, just so people understand. She's talking about it in 2013, but this is a 20 plus year old plan that NASA put out. Let's see what all goes into this.
When we first came across it, it says on the website, Future Strategic Issues, Future Warfare circa 2025. And as I decided to just flip through it quickly to see what it was about, I was a little stunned on page 4.
Another thing that stands out is the date, 2025. How many times within recent weeks and months have we been talking about the year 2025? So another thing that stands out with this NASA document.
It said the presentation is based in all cases upon existing data, trends, analysis technologies, no pixie dust. And the entire premise of the document, or the PowerPoint, is about robots, cyborgs, and humans.
Robots, cyborgs, humans.
So I immediately saw a conflict between future and now. And I thought, what are they covering up? Because that was a definite cover-up. And then I started to continue looking through the document with shock. And that's why we're talking right now, because I think most people would be shocked to find on page 93.
So who wrote this NASA document, and was this intentional? Did they want the public to see this, do you think, or?
Well, again, the Illuminati, the most wealthy, rich men on the face of the planet, always telegraph everything that they're going to do. So the fact that it was on the NASA website, it was certainly available to the public, but did they see it? Obviously not. Because had they looked at this document, you would know about it right now, and we don't. And that's the purpose of this discussion, is for people to know about this document. Again, the conflict between the future and the fact that they said it was a current reality in 2001 of July when this was actually presented. And what it said, which was quite shocking, on page 93, it said, "Capture, torture Americans in living color on prime time." And that is an unbelievable statement. Then it's followed up by saying, "Terror attacks within the continental United States using binary biologicals take down critical infrastructure." They are going to use an EMP, which is an electromagnetic pulse. They're going to use radiation frequencies against our brains, etc.
Radiation frequencies against our brains. Again, a lot of stuff we've been talking about lately, now starting to tie in the elders broadcast earlier of families harmed through devil's science. And remember, Serge Monast, who actually was the one who put out the Project Bluebeam operation, talked about them using these frequencies in the end on our brains. Let's keep going here. It's froze up. Let me see if I can get it back going here.
Damage and exploitation. On the same page 93, they say exploit CNN syndrome. Now, CNN, of course, is the network, the news media network, propaganda machine, and was set up by the CIA. You can watch the movie called War on stopthecrime.net for all the background information on CNN. Very, very interesting information. Then you go on and you read that on page 66, they say increasingly critical are human limitations and human downsides. Humans are too large, humans are too heavy, too tender, humans are too slow, both physically and mentally, and we require huge logistical trains, meaning we cost way too much money to maintain, and humans have rapidly decreasing to negative value. Can you even believe this? I mean, you're hearing this, and it's got to be rather shocking coming off of a NASA website, particularly when some of the agencies that are involved are the U.S. Air Force.
We just talked about the Air Force. Air Force is involved in this. DARPA, we just talked about them.
The CIA.
Okay, we talked about the Operation Paperclip. All media is ran through CIA. It's not. It's a psychological military weapon against the people. Mainstream media is.
The FBI, Southern Command, Atlantic Command, Australian Department of Defense, and other agencies. This is the corporation's agencies. We are USA Inc. We're no longer under a constitution as proclaimed in the Iron Mountain Report, which everyone should read. On stopthecrime.net, you can download it not only as the document, but you can watch the documentary, which I highly recommend. You will see how the stealth and deceptive, incrementally positioned attacks upon the Constitution have rendered us now a corporation. And we no longer have a legitimate government. We are being controlled by corporations and banks that are posing as a legitimate government, and they're not. We wouldn't have a legitimate government with the war machine stating what they were going to do on the continental United States to all the people. And this is not just in the United States. This is a global planned attack and assault with technologies beyond most people's comprehension. Everyone is buying books and ammunition, guns and ammunition, and they don't realize that the beam weapons, for example, on page 45, beam weapons increasingly.
One second, family. I know what's going on with Rumble tonight. It's freezing up.
Damage and exploitation. On this, buying books and ammunition, guns and ammunition, And they don't realize that the beam weapons, for example, on page 45, beam weapons increasingly increasingly
Yes. Somebody don't want this to be seen.
increasingly
See if I can find a different. Rumble has been acting weird lately. Let me see if I can find a different link here. There's several of them on Rumble. We'll just find a different one. Let's try this one here.
This is Trevor Coppola for Anthony J. Hilder. This is Trevor Coppola.
This is how they're going to attack. They talk also about, on page 9, this is very interesting and horrifying. Humans have taken over and vastly shortened evolution. They're going to direct evolution. They believe, the bankers, the global elites, believe that they have accomplished immortality. And they're doing that, again, keeping in mind that this entire document is about robots, cyborgs, and humans. They've already mapped our brains.
So what does NASA have to do with robots, cyborgs, and humans? Right? It's a question you got to ask. Aren't they supposed to be dealing with space? She said they've already mapped our brains.
Just recently heard that they can transfer a human brain into machinery. So whenever they tell us that this is a new scientific discovery, we know it's been decades and decades prior to us ever finding out about these things. And they also talk about microdust as a weapon. They say that this micron-sized mechanized dust, which is distributed as an aerosol and inhaled into the lungs, the dust mechanically bores into the lung tissue and executes various pathological missions. They say it's a completely new type of warfare.
Microdust. Remember, we wrestled not against flood, but, powers in high places, principalities, microdust coming down out of the skies, chemtrails, burrowing into our lungs, creating what? Remember, she said this is titled Robots, Cyborgs, and Humans.
And it is legal. It's legal. This is what they're going to do to all the humans on the face of this planet. It's all legal. And then they talk about how the use of frequencies will be used in warfare. And we know, for example, the smart meters that are being deployed around the globe, the replacement of our electric meters, which will also and does include the replacement of all of our gas meters and our water meters as well, and will be connected to our food supply when they collapse the currency and they issue energy allowances, and that will all be controlled through the metering system. But they talk about the use of low frequencies, microwave frequencies, and they mention in this NASA document the U.S. Army report. The U.S. Army report is on our website, smartmetersmurder.com, It's about a 20-page Army document that talks about the use of frequencies to target the enemy. We're the enemy. And they say 100% of the human population will be affected by these frequencies. Some will be the canaries in the coal mine, which is a term that they've been using as people have been dropping like flies. People are experiencing all kinds of health maladies. Generally, it starts with ringing of the ears, heart palpitations, skin rashes, inability to sleep through the night. And what they're doing is they're jamming our immune systems.
Now, she's saying all this in this document well before 5G and before the rollout as far as the shot is concerned. She's saying all this stuff before what we know now. Remember, this was 10 years ago. So imagine now we have the ability to take all this in and apply it to now. And this document was put out in 2001.
With these frequencies.
So how do the elite shield themselves from their own weapons?
Well, that's a really good question. And some of the information that we've come across is, of course, they have methods far ahead of anything that we have available to ourselves, such as cancer cures. They don't get cancer. There's chip mechanisms that we understand can fend off certain frequency attacks. We also know that they're interested in transhumanism. So much of what they're doing globally, they're interested in. And to what extent they're affected by all of the chemtrails and all of the nanofibers that are being dropped, which is phase 1 of the first protocol. It all lines up. Everything lines up. You connect the dots. You see the NASA war document. Not only does it talk about the effects of frequencies and how it will be used, they acknowledge that it will interfere with our performance, that it will cause seizures. They acknowledge this in this document. It is no longer a debate about smart meters. We don't need any more scientists or doctors saying people are getting sick. This is the intention. So we have to stop looking for more verifiable proof that people are becoming sick. This is the goal. This is the absolute goal. It's incarceration, it is enslavement, and it is depopulation. And it is massive mind control. The frequencies have multiple purposes.
What do you think the solution is to all of this multi-level attack that's been going on for a very long time?
Well, I think the solution is that people need to become educated as rapidly as possible. And there are documents that are, for example, the Silent Weapons Quiet Wars document. It's a 41-page document. It's on our website. This lays out, it's an operations, research, and technical manual. This document was the 1954 a 1954 Bilderberg policy at the first Bilderberg meeting.
Silent weapons for quiet wars. Again, how can you fight a war if the weapons are silent and the war is quiet? Meaning you don't know what's going on and you don't know you're being shot at. The weapons of our warfare are not carnal.
And this laid out the strategy to control the human population. And again, I can't stress enough that everyone should read this, because they talk about how they talk about that this document should not be released to the people because it is a declaration of war.
You can't keep fighting fires. You have to go after the arsonists. And that's what you're pointing out, is the people that are responsible. And everything we see out there, what they're spraying and why are they spraying, nobody's talking about the conspiracy itself. This is a war against the people, and this, you've got a hold of those specific people, and that's why that's valuable. They're killing us.
That's exactly right. And this is their war plan. This is the war plan. So we have to go to the war plan. This is only 41 pages. You take out the diagrams and you've got 36 pages. And it's not hard to read. They say that it's the silent weapon technology has evolved from operations research, a strategic and tactical developed under the military management in England during World War II. The original purpose of this research was to study strategic and tactical problems of air and land defense with objective effectiveness used in initiated military resources against foreign enemies. And they go on to talk about how they came across technologies that they had. Oh, in 1952, the grant period terminated, and the high-level meeting of the elite was held to determine the next phase of the social operations research. The Harvard project had been very fruitful, as is borne out by the publication of some of the results in 1953, suggesting the feasibility of economic engineering, studies of structure of the American economy. And they talk about how it was engineered in the last half of the 1940s. The new, quiet war machine stood, so to speak, in sparkling gold-plated hardware on the showroom floor by 1954. So this document talks about a combination of irresistible attacks upon humanity and how they will control humanity. Politically, they talk about how they set up the political system right and left so that we would feel our grievances were aired and our frustrations could come out. But the bankers were behind everyone who was elected, and they laugh at us. They laugh at us. The very, very last, and I'll go to this right now because we'll come back to the document itself, but the very last statement in this document, it says, Factor 6, cattle. Those who will not use their brains are no better off than those who have no brains. And so this mindless school of jellyfish, father, mother, son, and daughter, become useful beasts of burden, or trainers of the same. So what they say in this document is they will dole out poisonous foods. It's not what we need, but it's what we want. And those that decide to eat these foods will have the consequences of that.
Now, I've been talking a lot lately, maybe not here, but to a lot of people about what they're doing with the food right now, especially here in America. A lot of food or food ingredients that is being used here in America are banned in other countries. Ketchup, which maybe consists of 5 ingredients in most countries, in America consists of 20 ingredients. High fructose corn syrup, sucralose, chemicals, preservatives. So they're killing us with the food at the same time. Food, medicine, water, air. It's a collaboration or a group effort where they're attacking us on all fronts.
They tell us how they set up all the social engineering, how they devise the family, how they crumble the family, how they set up the war machine, how they influence thinking in the family unit to allow the family to give up their children to war.
How they crumble the family and how they disassemble the family unit. Give your children up for the war. Hey, all this stuff is right on. And if it's not happening, we can see it's not too far off.
For a rich man's fodder. It's a document that discusses the artificial womb. They believe that people need to feel protected and that the elites are going to serve as the womb for protection of the people, that they'll have a place to take cover and hide from the reality of life because we just are not capable of managing the reality of life. So they will set up that artificial womb. It says, the objective of these artificial wombs is to provide a stable environment for both stable and unstable activity, to provide a shelter for the evolutionary process of growth and maturity, survival, to provide security for freedom, and to provide defensive protection for offensive activity. And they say that from the time a person leaves its mother's womb, in every effort is directed towards building, maintaining, and withdrawing into artificial wombs various sorts of substitute protective devices or shells. So they set themselves up to protect us, to keep us crippled, to numb us down with foods so that our pineal gland is interfered with. We're never able to reach our higher consciousness. And right now, the massive fluoridation across the United States is to collapse the ability for us to think. They're shutting us down right now.
They take your baby and make it Rosemary's Baby.
That's exactly right. Right.
It's very similar to The Matrix, which was based on a DARPA document. I mean, it is similar, isn't it? It's problem, reaction, solution, the same way they always operate. So I guess the best thing to do is wake everyone up and hope that a grassroots movement can change it. Do you think revolution would be necessary at some point, or could it change without that? What do you think?
Well, I think we need a revelation, not a revolution. A revolution would only bring in martial law, in the opinion of what we are looking at, would bring in martial law. It would also allow people to be targeted with the weaponry that they cannot wait to roll out on us. You add the drones, you add the microdust, you add in the beam weapons that they tell us they have. They also have a blast wave accelerator. And when you look at the population of the United States, the majority of the population lives along the coastlines. And the blast wave accelerator was a tidal wave invention that the United States dreamt up with the Soviet Union back in the 40s. Actually, it was going to be used in World War II instead of the bombs, but they decided to use the bombs instead. And the blast wave accelerator exploits the methane deposits on the seabed and causes a fingerprintless, plumeless tidal wave on low-lying areas around the perimeter of any country.
Right now you've got your weaponized Gestapo meter that keeps track of every house and every movement and every bit of energy that you're already doing and can report back to whoever is observing. So we're virtually in a concentration camp right now.
Yes,
in the meantime, the food supplies are being reduced. As you're mentioning in your other interview, how the dams are being taken out and the food. I mean, it's so obvious that the federal government coming in and wanting your child even at earlier and earlier ages, every place, everywhere, and it's based on the foundation of climate change, which you mentioned. You might want to get into that and your Iron Mountain.
And there goes that buzzword, climate change. So that's been around for a long time. And of course, we're hearing about climate change lockdowns coming soon.
True. All the documents, the Iron Mountain document, even the NASA war document, talks about there are too many people using too much stuff, and the Earth cannot support this. And they've come up with the fear-based, scientific, fraudulent information that people are now accepting. They're rewriting history and they're rewriting science, with the idea that people are using too much resources. We have to reduce CO2 and reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And that is flying through every city across the world right now. It's written into all local government documents, and cities now are, California, for example, with the CARB initiative, where we have to actually pay for the air we breathe, and we're taxed for the air. It's like the fiat money. We've accepted false-backed money, which they tell us in the Iron document, or in the Silent Weapons document. One of the reasons that they send our men and women off to war is to reduce the population because they have stolen from them. They've taken real labor service in exchange for illegitimate, false fiat money. So they have to eliminate the creditors. That's another aspect of war, is to reduce the creditors. But it's all based on the false pollution that is not false. They've created the pollution. When you look at the Iron Mountain document, you will see the methods in which they were going to create pollution. They even say that they will deforest us, and they're doing that with the chemtrail, the secret chemtrail or geoengineering program or weather modification. Actually, that program has multiple layers. Not only does it increase weather events, we've just experienced some horrific events here in the United States with massive tornadoes that just destroyed a number of cities in Oklahoma. We're being hit globally.
Look at the fires that are happening in Hawaii right now on Maui Island, right? Who people are saying that these are directed energy fires, that these aren't normal. What's happening in Hawaii?
Hitting our food supply. It does reduce our food supply. It will increase the cost of our food. It's changing the pH in the soil, which will then fit to the prescribed Monsanto mega corporation food takeover of the globe. That is the intention of Monsanto.
Bill Gates buying up all the farmland right now, bringing out all his wonder meat, all his fake lab meat coming out.
Is global food domination. They have the seeds. The seeds will grow in the polluted soil that they are creating. This is all by design. So what do we do about this, you asked? We first must become educated. And I would say that the quickest way for people.
Here we go. Let's see if we can get past this here.
For people.
2336.
Increasingly
almost to the end of this, and we'll go into this document briefly.
The quickest way for people to become educated is look at these very simple source documents. Look at the Quiet Weapons Silent War document. Look at the Iron Mountain document and the New World Order Exposed 1969. They're all on our website, stopthecrime.net. Of all the research we have done, if you just get those basic documents understood, if everyone understands the fraud, then we will be able to eliminate this. We don't have to go on with this fraud. We do not. And people keep saying, well, there's more of us than them. Well, that may be true. But sadly, now, there are technologies that are so unbelievable that people won't even realize what hit them. And that is the strategy of the future wars and the wars that we're facing in our country. But I would say everyone needs to look at the NASA document. You need to move from the illusion, the non-reality that you are living in. You need to move into a new reality formed by the truths that these documents convey. So that then from those realities, then you can look at solutions. You can't shoot from the hip and look for solutions if you have not learned who's doing this to us, how they're doing this to us, and the documents that tell us how they are doing this to us.
Like the Truman Show, which was designed to create a false reality for entertainment. The false reality we have now is designed to kill us. This is a war against the people. This is why that tabloid came out, Prepare to Die. And they're doing it in so many deliberate ways in which those documents show that it's been in the works for a long time. And you not only see the individuals, which can be kind of identified with the Bilderbergers, the Trilats, and Skull and Bones. They are in the saddle. They are the ones determining policy, the scientific advisor to the president of the John P. Holdren in charge of the chemtrails. We have MITRE with the former head of the CIA directing all these branches of government. We've got guys like Leon Panetta, which is the head of the CIA and the Department of Defense, moving our armies over to NATO and moving without a constitution. This is a direct war against us, and we see people dying like flies now. And like you said, it doesn't have fingerprints on it because of the methods that they're using, but it's as real as people getting strokes and cancer and autism and Alzheimer's. It's so clear. I mean, the stats, the mathematics prove the point. And so they have to know, people have to know what's going on to strategize to fight it. And they can, because the only way they're getting away with this is by the lies. And if you succumb to the mass media, the 3 networks, and the 2 wire services, you're never going to get out of it.
Well, it actually says in the document, in the NASA war document, that they will use mass media propaganda. That is prevalent.
CNN syndrome, is that?
Yeah, that's one of the things that they call it. But they're literally going through this document. Oh, they're going to also use explosive dust opportunities. They talk about how, the dust will infiltrate deeply into buried and other such targets. They're saying in here too, if you move, they can see you and you're dead. So the technology, sensors in everything. There is an amazing mission statement that I found on PSI technology out of the Carnegie Mellon Institute. And the mission statement stated that they were changing the global infrastructure to that of computers and technology, and that would include our entire structure, not only utilities, but civil, government policies. And what is also very interesting, we went to Al Gore's recent book review. He wrote a book called The Future, and he talks about how artificial intelligence is going to take over, and that we're going to see changes within the United States that have not been seen in 500 years. And he talks about how it's just not efficient to continue with humans. The same thing. These all tie in. They all tie in. We have a think tank that is plotting and scheming against humanity because they believe that it's too frail. And they also talk about let me pause for a second here. They talk about the U.S. Brain Project, and it begun in the 90s. They say that it was funded by 16 organizations across 5 agencies. NIH, which of course is the National Health Institute, the Department of Defense, NASA, and the Department of Energy. And they talk about how they have over 10,000 individual presentations at annual meetings for the Society for Neuroscience. And essentially, they have redesigned humanity. And there is a fascinating life story of a 4th generation clone called Michael Prince. And that is on our website under the NASA document link, and I urge everybody to listen to this interview with Michael Prince. He was killed in 2011, and he is a 4th generation clone. The levels of technology, the length of time that they've had technologies are unbelievable. What they also say in the Iron Mountain documentary is that they will control the educational system, that they will replace the education system with computers. They're saying that in the NASA document too. Everything will be telecommuting, teleshopping, teleentertainment, teletravel, teleeducation. This way they can rewrite history. Everything will be on Kindle, And it'll be very easy to change books, to change the language. Recently, I was listening to a weather report, and the reporter said, it will be sunny tomorrow. But I'm calling sunshine now a soft sunshine, because the sun doesn't shine like it used to. I mean, that is what I'm saying. The reporter didn't say that. But the reporter now is saying a soft sunshine. They're rewriting our definition of what a sunny day is supposed to look like, because we're under the constant vellum of this secret, non-existent, atmospheric poisoning of our skies. So they're rewriting our vocabulary. They're rewriting everything about us.
Now, fast forward and look at what's happening right now with this whole LGBTQ transgender agenda that's happening right now, with them rewriting what is a man or what is a woman.
And they're keeping us so sick from the fluoride, from the aspartame in the food, all of the dyes and chemicals on everything. I mean, even...
All right, here we go. 31:22.
For people to become educated is look at these very simple sources that we get from filling our cars with gas are poisonous. We shouldn't be touching them. And so we need to navigate. I say that life on a daily basis is like trying to walk through a landmine field. And if you get to the other side at the end of the day, you've made good choices, because they've certainly put and placed landmines in our lives.
Yeah, it's hard to avoid, really. I mean,
The impact that it's having on our lives, that we should be sitting here right now having this conversation because of what has been orchestrated against us. Our futures are being determined for us. Our lifespans are being decided upon.
it's fascinating information. So the best way to get access to all this is stopthecrime.net.
Stopthecrime.net. It links.
All right, so let us try to get through the information I have left. We have about an hour to get there, so let me pull up this NASA document. We're not going to go through it all. I'm going to let you all, you can look it up. It is Future Strategic Issues, Future Warfare. All right, here on the first page, it kind of tells you what each page talks about, kind of like a table of contents. Okay, so we're just going to go through some of the things here. And then after we go through this, we're then going to go over to the fourth industrial revolution and get some things here that Klaus Schwab spoke about in his book that came out in 2015. But here we have on page 2, the bots, Borgs, and humans welcome you to 2025 AD. So they said this in 2001. They told you to get ready for bots, Borgs, and humans by 2025. We'll see what Satan Schwab has to say about that. Goes into the different organizations that are involved in this. But again, what does this have to do with space exploration, this being a NASA military operation? Right? This is written like a WEF white paper, what we're reading here. Okay. So they're blaming people for the problem, as if they're not people themselves. I mean, it's almost it's almost being spoken as if these are not people speaking, right? Which will let us know these are demons speaking. Because people have destroyed the earth, we must now destroy people. All right. Global warming, pollution, deforestation, as if any of us own any type of deforestation equipment that can go and knock down trees, whole forests. Other than our cars, like we're just putting out all the pollution into the environment, but yet we're to blame. But it's just a excuse for a reason to depopulate. Nanotechnology. Okay. It talks about key future technologies. It says automatic, robotic, everything. Bio, lifespan doubling, them looking to promise you double your life. Genetic engineering before birth. Beyond human AI. Right? No more of the computer programs and algorithms. Demons are now in control of the machine. Ubiquitous multiphysics. We're going to talk about this word ubiquitous here in a moment. And this is the digital world where everything has become digital. Everything. It goes into AI. The Human Brain Project, right? They're mapping out the brain and getting ready to take over our brains through the Neuralink, the frequencies, the injection. By 2025, 40% of private and 15% of public colleges and universities are expected to close due to web-based competition. So a lot of stuff is closing down because of the internet and the technology. People are being replaced by robots. Major emerging law enforcement issues. So we're in a time where they're talking about defund the police. So much going on to where the police are overwhelmed and can't keep up with, keeping order. So much in here. I'm just trying to speed through and get some of the main points before we move on to the fourth industrial revolution. And then we're going to go into some of the articles of what's happening right now and seeing if we can tie in real time the news and what's happening right now. Okay, it talks about the smart dust, nanotags, co-opted insects, what Bill Gates is doing now with these GMO mosquitoes. Microdust weaponry. Dust mechanically bores into lung tissue and executes various pathological missions. And all this is based upon 2025 as the target year. EMP. going into the frequencies, attacking the brain, going into the bio weaponry with pathogens, viruses, parasites, biohacking. And a lot of this stuff on here is very scientific, as you can see how they are using all types of math and numbers and equations and things. Or I even have images of some of this technology that they're creating or have created. Robotic intelligence. All right, about halfway through this, and then we're going to go over to the fourth industrial revolution. Sensors, putting sensors in everything. We're going to talk about that here before we wrap things up. All right, and all this is warfare. This is all their plan on how to wage war against mankind. And not just mankind, but also of the sea and of beasts. And what I believe when we go into the fourth industrial revolution, Klaus Schwab is going to be able to spell it out in layman, not so scientific terms as we're seeing here in this NASA document. It's going to be very clear and plain. Everything that we're reading here is going to be spelled out with this agenda. It says, circa 2025, machines are as creative, smart as humans. Robotics are the norm. Next level of concern, ubiquitous, cheap, micro to nano, everything. I mean, this is written like a military document. This isn't, it's crazy how, NASA is attached to this. This is written, straight military, as if you were going to draw up a military plan against your enemy and lay out all the details. Is how this is written up. And then it goes into 2030. Because that's the finish line for them in all this is 2030. 2025 is the halfway mark where that's kind of where they use the measuring stick to see where they are as far as, having all this stuff either happening or in place to happen so they can have that final 5-year stretch to 2030 to that last leg of the race. All right, so that's this document here. Future strategic issues, future warfare, basically NASA showing its hand in its war against mankind by 2025. And of course, you have the WEF, World Economic Forum's best, Klaus Schwab, the fourth industrial revolution. he's going to tie it all together in layman's term. We're going to read it here. Let me make this bigger for you all. And then we're going to go to some news and wrap things up as far as how this all now looking real time in our reality, does it match and line up? Are they on pace? Are they on par? Is it true what we're seeing in our reality? Is it something different than what they're writing about happening? We're going to see. It says here, biological. Innovations in the biological realm and genetics in particular are nothing less than breathtaking. In recent years, considerable progress has been achieved in reducing the cost and increasing the ease of genetic sequencing, and lately in activating or editing genes. It took more than 10 years at a cost of $2.7 billion to complete the Human Genome Project. Today, a genome can be sequenced in a few hours and for less than $1,000. A genome meaning creating a whole new DNA, a whole new race. With the advances in computing power, scientists no longer go by trial and error. Rather, they test the way in which specific genetic variations generate particular traits and diseases. All right. This book was written in 2015. It was released in 2015, should I say. Synthetic biology is the next step. It will provide us with the ability to customize organisms by writing DNA. Writing DNA. Enter in your messenger RNA. Elder talked about it earlier in the Patreon. The messengers are angels. Okay, so we're seeing the angel intelligence or technology at play in creating a alien DNA, a foreign or a strange DNA to our reality from what God created. That's what's happening here. Setting aside the profound ethical issues this raises, these advances will not only have a profound and immediate impact on medicine, but also on agriculture and the production of biofuels. Many of our intractable health challenges, from heart disease to cancer, have a genetic component. Because of this, the ability to determine our individual genetic makeup in an efficient and cost-effective manner through sequencing machines used in routine diagnostics will revolutionize personalized and effective healthcare. Informed by a tumor's genetic makeup, doctors will be able to make decisions about a patient's cancer treatment. While our understanding of the links between genetic markers and disease is still poor, increasing amounts of data will make precision medicine possible, enabling the development of highly targeted therapies to improve treatment outcomes. Already, IBM's Watson supercomputer system can help recommend, in just a few minutes, personalized treatments for cancer patients by comparing the histories of disease and treatment, scans and genetic data against the almost complete universe of up-to-date medical knowledge. The ability to edit biology can be applied to practically any cell type, enabling the creation of genetically modified plants or animals, as well as modifying the cells of adult organisms, including humans. This differs from the genetic engineering practice in the 1980s in that it's much more precise, efficient, and easier to use than previous methods. In fact, the science is progressing so fast that the limitations are now less technical than they are legal, regulatory, and ethical. The list of potential applications is virtually endless, ranging from the ability to modify animals so that they can be raised on a diet that is more economical or better suited to local conditions, to creating food crops that are capable of withstanding extreme temperatures or drought. As research into genetic engineering progresses, for example, the development of CRISPR-Cas9 method in gene editing and therapy, the constraints of effective delivery and specificity will be overcome, leaving us with one immediate and most challenging question, particularly from an ethical viewpoint. How will genetic editing revolutionize medical research and medical treatment? In principle, both plants and animals could potentially be engineered to produce pharmaceuticals and other forms of treatment. The day when cows are engineered to produce in its milk a blood-clotting element, which homophiliacs lack, is not far off. All right, we're seeing that now. They're already putting mRNA in cows. There was a brother called in, and we've talked about this, about how they were putting mRNA in cantaloupe. And they had a recall of cantaloupe recently under the guise of some disease. It says here, researchers have already started to engineer the genomes of pigs with the goal of growing organs suitable for human transplantation, a process called xenotransplantation, which could not be envisaged until now because of the risk of immune rejection by the human body and of disease transmission from animals to humans. Now, the question is, out of all animals, why would they use pigs for organ growth, for human organs to be engineered inside of, out of all the animals? They're looking to do this in pigs, and they're doing it. In line with the point made earlier about how different technologies fuse and enrich each other, 3D manufacturing will be combined with gene editing to produce living tissues for the purpose of tissue repair and regeneration, a process called bioprinting. This has already been used to generate skin, bone, heart, and vascular tissue. Eventually, printed liver cell layers will be used to create transplant organs. So them being able to create cells, tissue, bones, organs with a 3D printer, which is also in this document. We are developing new ways to embed and employ devices that monitor our activity levels and blood chemistry, and how all of this links to well-being, mental health, and productivity at home and at work. We are also learning far more about how the human brain functions, and we are seeing exciting developments in the field of neurotechnology. This is underscored by the fact that over the past few years, 2 of the most funded research programs in the world are in brain sciences. It is in the biological domain where I see the greatest challenges for the development of both social norms and appropriate regulation. We are confronted with new questions around what it means to be human, what data and information about our bodies and health can or should be shared with others, and what rights and responsibilities we have when it comes to changing the very genetic code of future generations. The return to the issue of genetic editing that is now far easier to manipulate with precision. The human genome within viable embryos means that we are likely to see the advent of designer babies in the future who possess particular traits or who are resistant to specific diseases. Needless to say, discussions about the opportunities and challenges of these capabilities are underway. So there talks about them having summits where they're discussing these things. Of course, this was 10 years ago. Despite such deliberations, we are not yet prepared to confront the realities and consequences of the latest genetic techniques, even though they are coming. The social, medical, ethical, and psychological challenges that they pose are considerable and need to be resolved, or at the very least, properly addressed. So now we're going to go through here real quick and hit some of these bullet points, and then go over to the news real quick and wrap this up. So you have here in the appendix the deep shift, a survey in which they're looking at certain bullet point items and what they expect. And you'd be surprised, family, at the year that they have on all of these shifts. Shift 1, implantable technologies, the tipping point, the first implantable mobile phone available commercially by 2025. So in all of these shifts, the year that they have, that they're gauging where they are at with this all these different shifts or these technologies is gauged by the year 2025. It talks about people becoming more connected to devices. Devices are not just being worn, but also being implanted into bodies, serving communications, locations, and behavior monitoring and health functions. Talks about smart tattoos, a built-in smartphone, reading brain waves. And then it goes into the positive impacts and the negative impacts. Okay, skipping through some of this. Just want to hit some points. Shift 2, our digital presence. 80% of people with a digital presence on the internet. Tipping point. By 2025, 84% of respondents expected this tipping point will have occurred. So 84% of people believe by 2025, 80% of people will have a digital presence on the internet, meaning they will be using the internet and have a account of some sort, whether it's social media, banking, some type of account where they log in and are accessible digitally, a digital identity on the internet. Okay, something else we're looking to have accomplished. Everybody online. And then it goes in here to show how Facebook has, and this is based upon by the million. Okay, so Facebook has 1.4 billion users, which is more people than China. Twitter at the time had 646 million users. America has 318 million people. China has 1.24 billion. And then Instagram, 152 million accounts or users. Nigeria has 173 million. So they're gauging how many people are in the world versus how many people are using the internet and have a digital identity, an avatar. Very important for them to get people on the internet. Vision as the new interface, which is shift 3. Things like reading glasses. I know in the past they had Google Glass. Apple has this new Vision Pro, where you're connecting something up to your eyes, like virtual reality and all those things. 10% of this connected to the internet. They expect by 2025, 86% of people believe this would be happening. All right. Shift 4, wearable internet. 10% of people wearing clothes connected to the internet. 2025, 91% of people expect this to have happened. Okay, where even your clothes are connected to the internet. Well beyond the Apple Watch. Ubiquitous computing. Let's get the definition for this word ubiquitous here. Real quick. What does ubiquitous mean?
ubiquitous,
Existing or being everywhere, especially at the same time. All right. Omnipresent, being everywhere at all times. This is the computing power that they're expecting to have as far as computer speed and internet speed. So when they tell you that, we're making things bigger or actually smaller, faster, we're giving you faster internet, and they make it seem like it's for your convenience, understand it's for their ability to surveillance you 24/7, to have control of you 24/7. A supercomputer in your pocket. Okay, 90% of the population using smartphones. By 2025, 81% of the people believe that this will have happened. Okay, so this is something else. In order to shift over to the mark of the beast, they need you to first have the smartphone so that they can then move that to the mark, which we're about to talk about here in a moment too. Okay, there's a lot in here. The Internet of and for Things. 1 trillion sensors connected to the Internet. By 2025, 89% of people believe that this will have happened. Okay, they want everything connected to the Internet with a sensor on it. This was in the NASA, all this stuff was in the NASA report in 2001 that Klaus Schwab wrote about. All right, anything else here? Talks about smart homes, smart cities, driverless cars. You know, we got Elon Musk now with Tesla. 10% of all cars on U.S. roads being driverless. By 2025, 79% believe that this will have happened. And they're talking about getting rid of gasoline cars. Artificial intelligence and decision making. All right. So again, the continued going down this AI path. AI and white collar jobs, meaning that you're going to have AI replacing a lot of jobs, automation, more and more of taking people out of the equation, whether it's work or even in your own body. Bitcoin and the blockchain, we're going to talk about that in the news. Governments in the blockchain, 3D printing and manufacturing, talked about them 3D printing human tissue, 3D printing and human health, all things that they are looking at being our present and future. Designer beings. This is a big one. The first human whose genome was directly and deliberately edited is born. GMO people. Sequencing an entire human genome. Okay, so that's what this smart dust in the air, the ingredients in our foods, in the medicine, and the water is all being done along with the shot to change the human genome into a new race. It goes to neurotechnologies, the first human with fully artificial memory implanted in the brain. So this is an artificial memory. This is an alien, a demon, taking control of the brain, waiting for the body. Now let's go over to the news and wrap this up here. And a lot of these articles you all will get, you will be able to read them on your own. I'm just going to breeze through the points, some of the main points here for time. Here's what's really behind the Global Reset and Sustainable Development Agenda 2030. Captive in the so-called 15-minute cities, eat bugs and no meat, immerse in the metaverse, and a never-ending feed of pharmaceuticals, and all that by force, otherwise your universal basic income gets cut off. And so they're selling us on the fact that energy is dirty. Okay. That's the main thing they're focusing on, is they're going to shift us away from the gas stoves, burning wood, You're going to have to use their forms of energy. Meat is dirty, so you're going to have to eat their lab-grown meat instead of animal meat. All right, just some of the things that are being talked about in this article as far as what it's really about versus what they're telling us it's for. Next, we have the globalists are making really big moves which would fundamentally change how our society operates. Here on Activist Post, it says, while everybody else is distracted, the globalists are making absolutely enormous moves. Previously, I have written about the UN's new worldwide system for cracking down on misinformation and about their desire to implement a global system of digital identification that is tied to our bank accounts. All right, so now we're going to start to shift to what is the end game in all this is the money. Okay, how do they now get all of this technology attached to our money and to our bodies, where they have full control of it all? So what they've come out with is a blueprint that calls for a unified ledger. I don't know how many of you all have heard of this term, unified ledger, but basically this plan describes an Orwellian globalist run unified ledger that records the ownership of all assets, checking accounts, real estate, bonds, stocks, etc., on a centralized exchange run by globalists. All assets will be tokenized, a process that the BIS describes as recording claims on a financial or real assets that exist on a traditional ledger on a programmable platform. So anything that is assets, money, accounts, your investments, all being attached to a digital token. All right, a digital token. This talks about what we talked about last broadcast on the Summit of the Future, where the UN is looking to take full power. They have a proposal coming 2024 of September, where in the next global shock or any future global shocks, they take full power of the world and they dictate what happens for everyone, no matter your country, your city, your state. These are the chess moves they're making right now. Okay, we talked about the driverless car. So they're looking now to also end private car ownership, to where you no longer, if you don't own a car or have any ownership of car, then that takes away your ability to travel independently. You will only have access to their means of travel. Okay. And so continuing on down this financial path, how many of you all are familiar, have seen this? Maybe you shop at Whole Foods, strictly off Amazon's website. Amazon One Palm Payment technology is coming to all 500 plus Whole Foods market stores in the U.S. We'll watch this video here. getting you used to waving your palm or your hand to make payments, even at Amazon kiosks, not just Whole Foods, but also the same at Amazon kiosk, where you will wave your palm, your right hand, to make payments. Okay, coming to a Whole Foods near you. All Whole Foods will be now set up across the country with these ability to now pay with your palm. And, you know, once it's been made convenient to you where you can do this and you get used to it and your biometrics now just need to be scanned, who's going to give that convenience up? Right? As they continue to transition and move you down the incremental path to the mark of the beast. You have now, FedNow has launched, and the government or the Fed is trying to come out and do damage control and make the people feel comfortable and confident that this is not going down the CBDC path. Even though this is a digital way of doing money transactions, financial transactions through government, they want you to believe this in no way has anything to do with a CBDC. However, we see all the other things that are happening in conjunction, all the other chess moves that are happening with this chess move, to understand that you can't pull this over on us to make us think that this is not what's going on. So FedNow has now launched. All right, we have to understand that we are now in the beta phase of FedNow, digital transactions through government. What else do we have happening right now? How many of you all are familiar with this?
The world of crypto is never dull, and here's a twist you did not see coming. OpenAI boss Sam Altman is suiting up for a whole new adventure. Meet the AI mastermind, now turned crypto crusader. He's preparing to save humanity with, wait for it, WorldCoin. According to the Financial Times, Altman is just about to lock in $100 million in funding for his global cryptocurrency project. But here's the kicker. WorldCoin isn't just another crypto pitch. No. It plans to use eyeball scanning tech for a global ID system to access its currency. Yep, you heard that right. The same guy who's blurring the line between humans and bots now wants to use its scans to tell us apart. The irony is strong with this one.
So this is the same guy we showed last broadcast, the owner of ChatGPT, that warned of the dangers of ChatGPT. He's now teaming up with WorldCoin for a digital cryptocurrency that you must scan your eyeball in order to get access to this cryptocurrency. So from Amazon and scanning your palm to WorldCoin, now looking to scan your eye. For the digital currency. From one biometric to the next.
Also, do we believe them with this? Despite privacy concerns, WorldCoin promises they won't store any iris scans and no harm will come to users' eyes.
Right? It always comes with promises. You shall not surely die. We are not going to store your iris scan. Your biometrics will not be stored. But then again, how would they be able to keep track if they're not stored somewhere? So here's the article for this. You all can read this to get more familiar with this particular thing. I'll read the first paragraph here off Natural News. WorldCoin is here. Just get your eyes scanned by the orb, and your New World ID will be issued to you. It says here, have you had your eyes scanned by the orb yet? All it takes is just one trip. And once your biometric data is in the database, you will receive some free money and a new digital identity that you will be able to use all over the internet. Doesn't that sound grand? As you will see below, hundreds of thousands of people in Europe have already signed up. Those that have created WorldCoin intend for it to be a new identity and financial network that is owned by everyone on the entire planet. Remember, Klaus Schwab said they're looking to get people's digital identities on the internet. Right? And here you have a video that says people voluntarily line up to have their eyeballs scanned with a WorldCoin orb to get a digital ID. So you have people in line to get their eyes scanned to get this cryptocurrency. Right? People lined up. This is what the lines to get the mark of the beast are going to look like. Imagine when they're doing this voluntarily versus when they tell you you don't have a choice. If you want to buy or sell, you're going to have it. If people are lining up now, what are they going to do when they don't have a choice? There they go. Bow down to the beast, and there goes your all-seeing eye as you put your eye in front of it so it can scan your iris and get your biometrics so that you can get cryptocurrency, WorldCoin. Hence the name WorldCoin. And then ultimately, where does all this lead? WEF says CBDCs must be implanted under your skin if you want to participate . One second, let me get past this weirdness on the internet going on. Okay. Just this last article, then we're going to watch a few videos, and that will wrap things up for this evening. All right. WEF says, what in the world? Okay, it's not allowing me to blow this up so you all can see it. Make it bigger. You see. This comes off of Planet Today. Well, let me try to reset it. I just won't be able to blow it up. Maybe you won't be able to read it. Anyways, basically the WEF says CBDCs must be implanted under your skin if you want to participate in society. Okay, I'll find I'll find a better article for that. But basically, the WEF is saying if you don't have an implantable device under your skin, you're not going to be able to buy or sell and spend in this society. And here is the video to go with that. We're going to just close things out with a few videos here from the Reese report, and then wrap things up here. Banking Insider warns CBDCs will be implanted chips.
German banking economist Richard Werner was selected as a global leader for tomorrow by the World Economic Forum in Davos in 2003. Here, he tells us an insider's view of what to soon expect, and says the only way to survive the Great Reset is for us to immediately begin setting up our own banking system.
In each domicile, they should be locally set up and authorized by the local regulators, and it's a profitable investment. Banking is profitable. Yeah. So the investors would get a return while the local community would get a return, and it's a way of delaying, perhaps even preventing the introduction of CBDCs. They have literally delayed their agenda because I think it's so important to them. They've been very careful about the timing, and let's wait a little longer, let's have this crisis first, let's have first, soften them up. But they've delayed because the technology was already ready around 2015 to roll out. Mm. And what people don't mention is, what do these CBDCs actually look like? At the moment, there's a bit of talk about this being phone-based apps. And yes, that is the initial phase. But what was already ready around 2015 is the ultimate goal, what they really want. Apparently, I was told by a central banker, is, CBDCs looks like a small grain of rice that they want to put under your skin, which is, in my view, a violation of human dignity. And they realize there is a hurdle. So to get people to accept this, there will be, why suddenly all the billionaires saying, let's have universal basic income? Because the story is going to be, now we've created this vast unemployment and disruption and crises. Well, we need universal basic income. You will get 2,000 euros into your account every month. But of course, to run this efficiently, we need to use the latest technology. So, you need the CBDC chip implant. But how many people will say, okay, fine, £2,000, 2,000 euros,
A surprising proportion, shockingly, obviously, to me or yourself, but we've seen years ago in Sweden, there has been a substantial small minority take-up of what's currently much larger. It's kind of like a little cylinder in stainless steel, I guess. Maybe it's titanium or something. And they are doing it because they just want to. They want to be early adopters of this nonsense. So if anyone's listening and that sounds fanciful or conspiracy theorish, the fact is, in Sweden, they are taking it up, and in other places, and that's not coming out of nowhere.
The Bank for International Settlements recently published a report called Blueprint for the Future Monetary System, Improving the Old, Enabling the New. This report proposes that a central bank digital currency will serve as the new reserve currency and calls for the digital confiscation of all physical property by assigning every real-world item its own unique digital token, which will contain rules on how each item can and cannot be used, so that each person can be controlled and conditioned directly by the central bank. Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese.
All right, so that is that one. We're going to move on to the next one here. Elon X and the epitome of a front man.
Elon Musk announced over a year ago that he planned to convert Twitter into an everything app, like China's WeChat, an app to do everything, including online banking and finance. Last April, Musk announced that Twitter Incorporated has been renamed to X Corporation. He created a new artificial intelligence company known as X.AI, and he partnered with eToro for stock and crypto exchange. The media would have you believe that Elon Musk is an independent billionaire genius whose dream is to revolutionize banking. But this story is demonstrably false. The facts tell us that Elon Musk is a frontman for the same old, same old. But because he says there are only two genders, he has gained the trust of a radicalized people in a time of war, without ever having to explain his lies. Musk says he grew up poor, but his family was rich with emeralds and had a history of abuse and witchcraft, telltale signs of multi-generational mind control. Musk received tens of thousands of dollars from his parents to launch his first business venture, a digital phone book known as Zip2. Outside coders were hired to write the entire thing because Elon couldn't code. Zip2 sold for millions and went nowhere, but Elon made $22 million and with the help of the mainstream media, launched his new persona as a quirky pop star genius. He then acquired X.com and announced he would create an online bank known as X. He partnered with banking experts who all left the company after accusing Elon of lying to the media about the product, which is all he did. Elon Musk is believed to have co-founded PayPal.
Notice how this all is dealing with finance, money, right? X banking, X.com, all right? And then from X.com to PayPal, digital money exchange.
It's false. In 2000, Musk sold his failing X.com business to Confinity, a company founded in 1998 by Peter Thiel and Max Levchin. All Musk reportedly did there was insist on changing the company's name to X. He was forced out, but somehow managed to get them to agree in writing to remove all references to founders from the company website. Musk made nearly $200 million off the sale of PayPal, a company that he contributed nothing to, and then used that money, along with the illusion of being a successful businessman co-founder, to buy his way into Tesla.
So what we're seeing here is a pattern where somehow this guy is doing nothing with the businesses that he's created, but yet he's getting paid millions upon millions of dollars for doing nothing. So what it sounds like to me is that this guy, he comes from a lineage that has money, and they're building him up as if with this fake story, as if he's some poor guy that rose to, that rose to money coming from nothing. When you see he has no talent, no skill, none of the businesses that he has created or so-called created have done anything. He was a PayPal fraud, but yet he's getting paid millions of dollars off of nothing. So money laundering is, if you ask me, to build him up so that he doesn't come in the game already rich and people are questioning, who is this rich guy coming in? He appears as some poor guy that rose to, financial fame.
Tesla Motors was founded in 2003 by Mark Tarpenning and Martin Eberhard, who developed the Tesla Roadster. When Tesla accepted millions from Elon, it came with the condition that he be named chairman of the company. Even though he only contributed money, Musk was unable to hide his anger that the media wasn't giving him credit for Tesla Motors. And after forcing Eberhard out of the company, he rewrote their history to have himself listed as an original co-founder. The obvious
So remember, Fourth Industrial Revolution, Klaus Schwab wrote about driverless cars by 2025. Insert Elon Musk.
Fake persona of a billionaire quirky genius has worked so well that few even question SpaceX.
He's just another fraud on the lines of like a Bill Gates. All right. Somebody who doesn't know anything, acting like they know everything and are just rich. All right. No talent, no intelligence, just a lot of money.
The official story is that Elon, who has absolutely no experience with...
Oh, and then let's not even tie in the fact that he's attached to space too. What we just talked about with space, which, these are telltale signs what's going on when you're attached to the space agenda. And he has all these others, Tesla, digital currencies with PayPal, and now what he's doing with Twitter, now renamed as X. Okay, so the writing is on the wall for who this guy is and what he's trying to do.
With rocket science, came up with the idea for SpaceX while traveling to Russia with the CIA's Michael Griffin of InQtel. Shortly after this conversation, Griffin was made administrator of NASA, where he...
There it goes. Yeah, I didn't even know this was in here. You got the CIA and you got NASA connection with Elon Musk and this guy who he traveled with to Russia.
Launched the COTS program that privatized NASA's rocket program and awarded $278 million to SpaceX, who had never made or flown any rockets. Musk then partnered with rocket engineer Tom Mueller, who went on to produce rocket technology that has clearly been developed for years in the private sectors of the military-industrial complex. Elon's companies have received billions in government subsidies over the last 2 decades, money that was later spent on the purchase of Twitter, where he immediately began the process of turning it into an everything app.
So he's turning Twitter into an everything app.
Its own banking system, or rather, the ruling class cabal that pulls his strings.
So he's attaching Twitter to a banking system. The same guy that said that the AI is summoning the demon, you have ChatGPT creator who told us the dangers of ChatGPT, right, in the video we showed last broadcast. Now he is scanning people's eyeballs for cryptocurrency and WorldCoin, right? So you see these characters, and they're very similar in nature. I mean, you look at Elon Musk and the ChatGPT, I forget his name, creator. They look almost like brothers, like they could be brothers. Just nerdy, goofy, no talent, but yet a lot of money, and doing the exact same things when it comes to this beast agenda.
Is turning Twitter into an everything app with its own banking system. And that should be alarming. But he says there are only 2 genders, and families are good, and people love a hero. They don't need to chip you to control you. We already have iris scanners and palm scanners. A cashless society will do the job. And for many, Elon's X will be preferable to Amazon's palm scanners. The illusion of choice will make your financial enslavement less painful. Reporting for
See, no matter where you go, Amazon, Twitter, or for X, or WorldCoin with the ChatGPT, no matter whoever you choose that you want to do business with, all roads lead to the mark of the beast. They're rolling out all these characters, all right? And you're going to choose one of them that's going to make you feel comfortable to acclimate you to get the mark of the beast. If you don't like one app or service, you'll move to the other.
InfoWars.
All right, so that's that. Okay, all the dots are starting to come together, family. We got 2 more videos here, and then we'll conclude. This one is at the mercy of the big banks.
In 1975, New York City was over $11 billion in debt, and the banks were no longer there to bail them out. Instead, the bankers made them sweat, never showed up to the meeting, and then created a committee that they controlled so that the banks could manage the city directly. This has been brilliantly documented in the Adam Curtis film, Hypernormalization.
The announcement on behalf of the controller is that the offer, which we had expected to receive and announce at 2 o'clock this afternoon, is now expected at 4 o'clock.
Paul, does this mean that so far nobody wants those bonds?
We will be making a further announcement at 4 o'clock, and anything further that I could say now I think would not advance the interest of the sale, which is now in progress.
Does this mean that you have not been able to sell them so far today?
We will have a further announcement at 4 o'clock.
What happened that day in New York marked a radical shift in power. The banks insisted that in order to protect their loans, they should be allowed to take control of the city. The city appealed to the president, but he refused to help. So a new committee was set up to manage the city's finances. Out of 9 members, 8 of them were bankers. It was the start of an extraordinary experiment where the financial institutions took power away from the politicians and started to run society themselves.
That was nearly 50 years ago, and so you can be sure that the banks manage everything now. Politicians are merely their puppets, which was recently made blatantly obvious with the public display of Dianne Feinstein and her handlers.
Say aye. Pardon me? Aye. Yeah. To say I would like to support a yes vote on this. It provides $823 billion. That's an increase of $26 billion for the Department of Defense, and it funds priorities submitted. Yeah, just say aye. Okay, just aye. Thank you.
Politicians are only there to keep the people divided and distracted, and they have so far been hugely successful at that. While a cashless society is slowly being built around us, everyone is...
There it goes. The world coin orb, right? Look into the all-seeing eye. That one, same eye that was in the Travis Scott portal. See you on the other side. Okay? For your money, for your digital currency.
Is hyper-emotional about something else and focused on fighting each other, which is most certainly exactly what the banks were shooting for. Because once they get us off of cash and completely onto a digital system, then the banks will have absolute control over each and every one of us.
A key difference with the CBDC is that central bank will have absolute control.
It's not just about digital forms of physical currency. You can have programmability, units of central bank currency with expiry dates where the government decides that units of central bank money can be used to purchase some things, but not other things that it deems less desirable, like, say, ammunition.
Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese.
Right, and then here is our last video, which is going to tie this all together now, of what we've talked about. Nanotechnology found in both vaxxed and unvaxxed. All right, so all we talked about with the alien agenda and now tying it together with the shot, this video is going to bring it home for us.
Dr. Charles Morgan, former CIA and consultant for the U.S. military on neurological sciences, spoke to cadets at West Point in 2018 about the current state of technology. He briefed the cadets on experiments from 2013 where humans were given neural implants that allowed them to control prosthetic arms with their thoughts.
Remember, I can't remember which live stream we did where we actually showed this guy talking and breaking all this down. But here's a piece of him again.
Experiments where one person can control another person's hands by just wearing an EEG cap.
The person on the receiving end described the sensation as rather odd. He said, I didn't know anything until I saw my hand beginning to move. But the really fun part was that you're taking over somebody else's physical body with the mind of another human. So what do you think would be the next step?
Experiments where information is transmitted from one mind to another and experiments where memories are erased. Dr. Morgan admits they have the technology to target an individual person.
But you can engineer anything. You can engineer a unique thing that would only kill one person in the world.
And are working on the ability to erase the memories of any human they choose. Their biggest challenge 5 years ago was being able to interface with the hippocampus without the use of physical wires. And this is most likely one of the motivating factors for the deployment of the experimental shots. Using dark field microscopy, Dr. Anna Maria Mihalcea has captured in great detail what the scientific literature describes as effective technologies that exist today. Technology such as quantum dots. Quantum dots are nanotechnology with the ability to organize, operate, communicate, and build structures within the blood. They do so with a tunable photoluminescence that can be programmed to dictate various tasks via optical communication. The description and images displayed in the scientific literature compared to what Mihalcea's dark field microscopy has captured are the same. You can see the quantum dots blinking in different colors, acting as the artificial intelligence directing the self-assembly around them. Bubbles are created within the blood that act as construction sites. Within these construction bubbles, the quantum dots organize the various materials into self-assembly. These technologies are being found in both the blood of the vaccinated and in the blood of the unvaccinated. Depending on what materials are needed, the quantum dots will trigger them into self-assembly. The are full of rare and heavy metals to make all manner of nanotechnology. But it seems as if almost everyone is infected with some sort of nanotech. According to several research teams, everyone's blood seems to contain the materials required to produce the filaments and the lattice work for this technology. Blood samples that appear to be healthy have been completely transformed by applying a mere 10 milliamps of electric current for 2 hours. And it looks as if we may have been infected by the chemtrails. Morgellons disease was first reported in 2002. It's when synthetic fibers or filaments are growing in a person's body. It has been theorized for decades that this was being spread via chemtrails. And under a microscope, it appears to be the same filaments that people today are calling blood clots, and what the scientific journals call self-assembled hydrogels. According to Dane Wigington from geoengineeringwatch.org, nanoparticles are being sprayed worldwide. The good news is that Dr. Mihalcea's research has found a remedy. The iron in the infected blood has been oxidized to a 3+ state. And by taking antioxidants, one is able to dissolve these filament clots. She has found that EDTA chelation therapy will remedy infected blood within 3 days, and megadosing vitamin C also seems to work. Reporting for InfoWars, this is...
So what we have here, I'm going to pull it up. What we have... We want to talk about alien. We talked about this last broadcast with the Marvel show that they have out now. And we're talking, they want to tell us about aliens. But the alien invasion has already happened. It's a secret invasion. And I don't think it'd be any coincidence that right before 2020, Marvel ended its phase 1 with a Thanos snap of half the universe's population being depopulated through the Thanos snap. Only for 2020 to roll around, and then a couple years after the lockdown and the rollout, they released Secret Invasion, where you had people that looked like regular people, but then they were actually this, something else. And so through the food, through the chemtrails, through the water, the shot. They are now turning mankind into something else, a different being, a stranger to our domain, which would be an alien. And now what we know aliens to really be, which are the demons, are now looking to fully invade the body, demonic possession, take full control of the host. No more artificial intelligence in robots and machines. They want an actual body that was created by the Most High, that's been merged with the machine, that's been merged with animals, hybridizations, all of that, as the days of Noah, right? Weapons of our warfare are not carnal. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities. So if you don't know the battle you're fighting, you don't realize you're being secretly invaded. Well, they have you looking for spacemen. They have you looking for spacemen coming from planets. And this one last video here, and then I want to share a story before we close out to show you how close we are to this technology becoming no longer science fiction, but a total reality. Check this one out. It says here, this guy has the entire internet in his head. He has the entire internet in his head.
And then hears the answer through vibrations transmitted through his skull and into his inner ear.
What's the largest city in Bulgaria? And what is the population?
The screen shows how long it takes the computer to read the words that he's saying to himself.
Sofia, 1.21 million.
That is correct. You just Googled that.
I did.
You could be an expert in any subject.
Mm-hmm.
You have the entire internet in your head.
So he was able to Google in his head the answer to the question that was asked to him through this interface, which is connected into his brain. Giving you a glimpse into the Elon Musk Neuralink and others, right? Going inside his brain to give him internet. Just to show you all how close we are. And a personal experience that I shared on one of the Wednesday night broadcasts, I just want to share that briefly here with you all before we conclude. I want to show you all this here. This was a bracelet. It used to be a bracelet that I wore for a vacation. And I'm going to pull up the image here while I speak. Let me pull up the image here. One second. So again, this just before I go to that image, Scripture tells us, Revelation 18, Babylon the great is fallen and become a habitation of devils. Baruch tells us that the attack of the specters in Shittim and the apocalypse of Baruch. This is the secret invasion. Demons coming in, looking for hosts. All right, looking for hosts. And let me get this picture for you all so you all can see what I want to show real quick as we conclude. Copy that. All right, so let me pull this up. This bracelet is what I wore for a vacation I took in Mexico at a resort. And what I was saying on the Wednesday night broadcast is that this would have been my third vacation to Mexico in about 4 or 5 years. And they give you a bracelet to show that you're all inclusive for that resort, right? This was the first time I was given a bracelet like this one. This bracelet was different because, as you can see, the black in the middle of the bracelet was used for scanning. So I wasn't given a hotel key, card key to scan into my room. This was actually used, so I was actually swiping my hand and scanning my hand to actually get into my room through a scanner, the room scanner. Also, whenever you would go and eat food or drink, everything that you ate or drank had to be tracked through scanning. And the waiters and waitresses would carry around these iPads, which had a scanner built into them. And they would mark down everything you ate for that particular time, whether you sat and ate or you stopped to get some water or whatever else. They would log it, and then they would hit RFID signature, and then they would have you scan so that it would scan and identify you as being registered there at that hotel to be able to be all inclusive, as well as keeping track and tabs of everything that's being consumed. So I'm bringing this out to show brothers and sisters just how close with all the things that are being shown. And we know they have this target goal of 2025 in mind. And we're in 2023, which is still about 1.5 years away. And the palm scanner, the eyeball retina scanner, this particular bracelet that I had to wear, the currency going digital now, government currency, government transactions, the shot now, the ingredients now being found, the mRNA being found in not only the but the now with the mRNA inside them, whether it's through chemtrails, interaction with people who've taken the shot, right? People being changed into something else, and now being given this power through technology to be able to do things, being promised healing through this technology. You had the guy with the device on his head for access to the internet now, showing that. We are here, family. We are here, all right? So I just wanted to, bring this all together, that the secret invasion, don't wait for no alien invasion to happen from the sky. The invasion is happening now, and it's through demons. We are at war. They wrote about all of this war in their white papers. And, this is, the devil's, his core organizations at war against the populating and taking us down, and helping him to continue his goal of warring against the Most High, going out to the heavens, opening up portals while he destroys us in the process. Okay, so knowing is half the battle. All right, so, if we don't do anything with the information, sharing it, using it to motivate us to get more spiritual, in line with the scriptures and with the Bible, followers of Christ, then we don't stand a chance in this fight. We don't stand a chance. But with Christ, we win, right? We overcome all of what we've discussed and talked about and what's coming and what's here now. we win. Right? So let Christ be our motivation. He's already lived this life. He's overcome. He has the keys, heaven, earth, and in hell. And through him, we tap into that power. The power we should be tapping into is that power he has sitting on the right hand of the Heavenly Father, not in the power that the fallen one is promising mankind to be as gods. All right, not that power. So I pray that this broadcast information that's come out tonight has been edifying. Continue to fight toward that finish line. Continue to keep the leadership of this church in prayer, and we will continue to keep you brothers and sisters in prayer as well. Continue to keep fighting for you all. Continue to keep being here for you all to bring forth these broadcasts, this information, and continue to keep shepherding you all. Right? And until next time, may the Most High bless you all. Shabbat Shalom. Seek Zion.